Sorry, guys. I forgot the microphone. I always forget something. Okay. Have I got everything? My drink here. Okay. I think I'm prepared. I think I'm set up now. Hey guys. Rorius here. Uh yeah. It's finally happening. Hey Nico. How you doing? Oh dear. Yeah. So, it's been a long time coming, but I said I would do this eventually. Uh my microphone isn't quite positioned where I want. Okay, that's better. Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna do the Half-Life 2 developer commentary. We're gonna get through as much of it as we can today, and then we'll finish it off next time, because I would hope about 8 hours is probably right for, Oh, hey, Linux! I feel like 8 hours is probably about right for, I'm just gonna get cozy. It's about right for, a normal playthrough of Half-Life 2. Though we are going to be stopping a lot to listen to developer commentaries, so... Alright. I haven't played Half-Life 2 since, they've updated it. So there's going to be a few little, new quirks to this. Yeah, as you can tell, I've not unlocked the chapters. Because I never actually played it. I launched it to get the achievements, to reacquire the achievements, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this is interesting. I have this weird false memory. For anyone who's curious about my history with this, I bet there's a developer commentary thing. Oh, getting food? Oh, cool, yeah.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
Hold up.
Not that.
I can actually pause it. Holy crap, wait. Let's put the volume down a little bit. I was gonna say, no, I'm gonna quickly mention, I have this weird false memory that the PS3 / Xbox versions of the game had a developer commentary mode for Half-Life 2, but I looked it up, and it's like some weird Mandela effect thing where there's nowhere. It's a false memory I've developed. Yeah, it is the same energy as, you're finally awake.
I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until...
My eyes.
Well,
I never actually...
let's just say your hour has come again.
It's 8 a.m. for me, and it never cleaned my eyes of sleep. They're full of sleep.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Alright. Okay, it was straight off the bat. I'm terrible. I always need to adjust settings. Let's go with just 4. Let's try that.
I didn't see you get on. This is my 3rd transfer this year.
Oh, end the line.
No matter how many times I've been relocated, I never get used to it.
Oh. Hold up, let's, Oh, okay. Still a bit loud? Okay, wait, sorry. Let's put the audio in here down. Like about there.
End of the line.
Yeah. Hopefully that's a bit better.
Welcome. Welcome to City 17.
Yeah, actually, it could just be that it's also loud
or been chosen to
in OBS. Might just lower it slightly there as well. Let's try that. Maybe that'll be a bit better.
relocate to one of our finest remaining.
Yeah, that's probably better because that means I'm always talking just a little bit louder than. Anyway, okay. First
I'm
node.
Gabe Newell, and welcome back to Half-Life 2. It's been a long 20 years since its release. In this anniversary update, we've tried to respond to as many of the community's requests as possible. And while this might not be the absolute number one...
wait. Is there subtitles? It's just, I guess it's this subtitles dialogue only there.
...request from fans, I often hear how much people would
That's
like
better?
a commentary mode, so we're excited to finally make that happen. Not only was it a challenge to remember many of the details of Half-Life 2's development, but it's not easy to crack open decades-old computer code and wonder what the hell you were thinking way back then. Along with the dev commentary, we've cleaned up a bunch of old bugs and tried to leave things in better shape than we found them. And at least this time, we had the luxury of knowing how things turned out in the end. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node and press the use key again. And please, let me know what you think. You can reach me at gaben@valvesoftware.com. Thanks, and have fun.
I thought so much.
So he really tried to emphasize right there. Gabe N.
I've been proud to call City 17 my home.
Physics objects.
There we are.
It might be hard to remember it now, but back when Half-Life 2 came out, small objects in games, like these bits of trash, were usually static. As in, they didn't really move, or if they did, it was in a very simple way. If you were lucky, they might break apart into some sprites if you hit them. One of the goals for this initial train station section was to really make it clear to players that these kinds of things were properly, physically, actually being simulated in Half-Life 2. They could be picked up, dropped, thrown, broken, moved by other forces, you name it. Here we're starting with just a small thing, showing that trash is being blown by the arrival of the train, or, more specifically, an invisible volume that's triggered by the player leaving the train.
Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining.
Yeah, I've always noticed it, but never really noticed it, you know?
Train station. The beginning of a Half-Life game has a big job to do. We have to introduce players to a new world while teaching them how to interact with it. Players need to quickly grasp what's happening, who the key players are, what threats they face, and how they fit into it all. Above all else, it has to be as fun and interactive as possible. Nailing this takes a lot of iteration and playtesting, especially on the small moments that make up a bigger picture of the game. In this section, we'll highlight some key moments, game design problems, and a few playtests where things didn't quite go as planned.
Oh? I wonder what the playtest didn't go as planned are about.
But this stuff, it's all I have left. All right.
Metro cop shoving citizens. We've only walked a few feet and we're already got problems to solve. We're introducing the Metro Cop, an enemy that eventually we're going to ask players to kill, and giving you a glimpse of the world they're stepping into. It's a simple, clear moment that shows the relationships between the Metro Cops and citizens, and by extension, the player. At the same time, we decided to reinforce the existence of the core physics simulation, showing the way in which NPCs can casually interact with objects in the world. Seeing something like a suitcase knock into another and dislodge was pretty novel back then. These moments at the train station, where we combined multiple goals, were the most successful. They felt natural, like the game wasn't pausing just to teach you a lesson.
Only problem with having the audio subtitles on, that's really annoying, is I swear it used to be that if you put subtitles on while having the developer commentary on, it would show the developer commentary like bar and then the subtitles below it. Isn't that how it used to work? But like now if I have the subtitles on, it just shows the subtitles.
Sleeping Vortigaunt. Another key moment of storytelling.
I can't tell which node this is.
System. Here we're showing how Vortigaunts fit into this new world, which is a big shift from their Half-Life 1 role as enemies. Like so many moments in Train Station, the sweeping Vortigaunt came from our constant hunt for ways to show characters interacting naturally with a physics system. Why just tell players Vortigaunts are friendly now, when you can show one casually sweeping the floor and knocking around some simulated objects? Nothing signals, hey, don't shoot me this time around, like someone willing to tidy up.
One of our finest remaining urban
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to help me. If you've already done the nodes yourself before,
You're the only ones on that train?
you're gonna have to help me not miss any nodes.
Citizens. When it came time to design the human citizens of City 17 and the world outside the city, we chose to include a variety of races, ages, and genders. This not only provided narrative context for the Combine's enslavement of all of humanity, but it was also important to us that anyone playing the game could see themselves represented in the Resistance, with everyone on Earth united against the Combine. While we found a number of candidates to use as reference in creating these citizens through our daily lives and connections, we ultimately resorted to advertising in the Seattle Times classifieds to reach the desired range of faces that we'd envisioned.
Right.
Overwatch stopped our train in the woods and took my
Cool story, bro. I noticed I didn't talk about the Vortigaunt thing. The Vortigaunt sweeping the trash thing was actually really significant to me when I first played this. It was like a startling, like, the bad guys from the first game are suddenly, slaves in this game.
Storytelling. To achieve our world-building and storytelling goals throughout the train station, we needed a natural way to deliver dialogue without it feeling too gamey or requiring tutorials. We noticed players often approached NPCs to get a closer look, so we turned that into an opportunity for the NPCs to acknowledge the player and deliver their lines. This kept interactions low-key, which was essential since the citizens aren't exactly too cheerful or lively. The simplicity of this approach also aligned with one of Half-Life's core storytelling goals, making the narrative responsive to the player's interest. Some players want to dig into every detail, while others just want to know what to do next. Giving players control over how much story they want to engage with, without it blocking progress, is a goal we always try to maintain in a Half-Life game. Plus, the less complicated a feature is to implement, the more of it we can include.
Yeah, no, I've actually always thought that this...
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
Yeah.
Arrive. And the ones that do arrive,
I always loved, I've always loved this intro sequence for the fact that the NPCs, will just...
I see they took your suitcase too. They can't get away with this much longer.
They always just have these little bits and pieces that they'll tell you if you get near them.
Dr. Breen again?
Or if you press E on them.
I've seen the last of him in City 14. I wouldn't say that too loud. This is his base of operations. I'm working up the nerve to go on.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to
I've always thought that's super cool.
You have chosen or been chosen.
Early tech planning. Shipping a game always teaches us a lot. We finally get to find out which choices we made were good ones, and which were ones we should do differently next time. So after Half-Life 1, when we sat down to start thinking about what kind of sequel we could build, we had all kinds of player feedback to digest. From it, we tried to build a master list of things that Half-Life 2 was going to focus on.
Oh, hey, Zach.
We didn't try to design a specific player experience. Instead, we found it more useful to approach the question from a technological standpoint. Black Mesa's security guards and scientists had worked well. What could we do if we pushed it really, really hard on characters? We liked our interactive storytelling. What could we build that would allow us to do even more of it, and a greater variety? The exploration and interaction with the Black Mesa was compelling to players. Maybe a physics system would allow us to take that further. In all these areas, we tried to imagine the best version of it could look like years in the future, and back solve from that a set of technological steps that might get us there.
Welcome to City
Storytelling. Creating a sense of immersion was a core principle in our approach to Half-Life 1's storytelling, and it led us to the self-imposed constraints of never, or at least very rarely, taking control away from the player and of keeping the player's avatar silent. These limitations made storytelling more challenging at times, but we felt it was important to stay with them for Half-Life 2. Our hope was that by maintaining these principles, we'd push ourselves to explore deeper, more interactive storytelling.
Yeah, all these nodes are sort of telling the same story of, like, at this stage, you know, at the early stages of Half-Life 2, they just really wanted to push all the technologies that they'd developed with Half-Life 1 into, like, a new generation of storytelling. But yeah, Zach, why did you start without telling me? I did try. I broadcasted that I was playing. Maybe I can draw more parallels. I gave like a look midway through that last node. Parallels from the Combine to real life. Yeah. Sometimes I really do feel like we live in the worst timeline.
I've been proud to call City 17 home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way to parts unknown.
This must be a mistake. I got a standard relocation coupon just like everybody else.
Characters. In Half-Life 1, security guards and scientists could best be described as archetypes, not individuals. They were abstractions of characters that matched the visual fidelity we could achieve at the time. But as our technology improved with Half-Life 2, we saw an opportunity to move beyond abstractions. The increased visual fidelity of the character models, combined with improvements in animation, made us believe we could focus on creating individual characters, people you would actually care about. We allowed ourselves to write real dialogue and have characters deliver it in a way that felt realistic enough for players to not think about them as pawns in a video game, and hopefully propel our narrative forward. In 2001, a couple of years into development, we were energized by Japan Studios' Eco. Directed by an animator, it blew us away with its reliance on characters as the key connection to the player, giving us the courage to keep pushing forward.
Right. The only thing missing is a real sit life 7-hour war. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
I'm gonna need me some privacy for this.
Cut it close. That camera almost wasn't gone
Gordon,
yet.
Barney from Black Mesa. Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras. I've been working undercover with civil protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious.
Hey, Mecca.
I'm way
Welcome to the
behind
stream.
on my beating quota.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc, but look who's here.
Great Scott!
Gordon Freeman.
Yeah, you and me
the hell was I
both,
gonna say?
Doc.
Oh,
It was
it's
about
interesting.
the
It's always
40
interesting to
Express to
hear
Nova
that
Prospect.
developers were inspired by the likes of Eco.
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here.
I wonder how entertaining of a show Barney puts on.
Well, as long as he stays away from checkpoints, we should be okay.
I just wonder how many people
Doc,
he's
we're taking
beaten
enough chances as it is.
to stay undercover as a Metro cop.
Okay, Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to Dr. Kleiner's lab.
How many people have you...
Man, that's what I was afraid of. Get in here, Gordon, before you blow my cover.
Blocking tutorials.
Oh, yeah.
At times, we need to be certain the player has learned something, and the standard method, at least in game development, not in life, is to trap them behind a gate of some kind, where the player must demonstrate their knowledge to be able to continue. We try to disguise these gates as something natural, so it doesn't feel like the game has come to a halt. Of course, time, resources, or the environmental context itself can make that tricky. In this case, we needed to teach the players how to move objects, so a simple stacking puzzle seemed like the best solution. We tested more complex designs, but they ended up being less effective at teaching the actual thing we needed the player to learn.
Yeah, there's something about this section that I've heard online recently. I'll see if they talk about it here.
Blocking tutorials too. There are two failures of note in this tutorial. First, players can break it by tossing all the boxes out the window, which is obviously not great. This leaves them stuck and unable to continue, which we consider a game-stopping bug that must be fixed. A clean solution would have been to tweak the window or crate sizes so that the player could fit through but not the crates. The problem was that we really only caught this problem late in development, and making even a simple change like that can have unpredictable game-breaking consequences, and right before launch no less. Also, this issue was purely theoretical. We'd never actually seen players do it. Our playtests of the design space had gone smoothly, with players learning what they needed and moving on. So changing the room's design this late in the game could have disrupted that success in ways that we couldn't foresee. So we opted for a more conservative fix rather than something elegant. If you're curious, try tossing all the boxes out the window and see what happens.
Interesting. I've never thought to do that. So there's an actual fix for that. Well, we'll listen to this one first. I think this is going to be the one that mentions it. Oh, wait. Does Barney actually commit violence, or does he just pretend to do violence? Good question. If he's constantly got cameras on him, he probably has to do at least some violence, right? Bro, I remember with this part, I took forever to find out where to go, lol. Oh, yeah, this is developer commentary, yeah. I will throw all the boxes out the windows to see what happens. Maybe Barney's the one secretly recruiting Resistance members. He almost certainly is. And maybe that's just it. Maybe he always funnels his people out. But let's listen to this first.
Tutorials 3. The second failure in this tutorial space is a case of misteaching, where we accidentally teach the player something we didn't intend. This can be hard to avoid without extensive playtesting, since the game is always teaching, even when it's not by design. We cover a more extreme example of this later in Train Station. Some cases of misteaching are critical to fix, like if the player learns the wrong way to use a weapon or interact with a common element of the game. But this one was more subtle. While teaching players to move objects, we also taught them to stack physics objects to escape a space. Normally that's fine, except we don't deploy that puzzle later in the game, and teaching something irrelevant just clutters up their mental toolkit and makes it harder to readily keep useful things in mind later on. Worse, stacking objects to escape the play space become a problem later on, something we had to actively prevent in multiple areas. With so many physics-based objects in the game, blocking this behavior without putting ceilings everywhere wasn't really an option. In the end, we hoped players wouldn't overthink this early lesson, and when playtests showed players getting stuck later on, we made sure not to remind them of it.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing I'd never thought of, is... teaching the wrong lesson, or teaching lessons which could be exploited later on in the game. That's something I'd never thought of as like a game thing that... Oh. Wait. Interesting. That's a really that's an unexpected solution. I was not expecting that to happen.
Fall damage. Teaching players how to do things is an essential thing for the game to do. But for them to make confident decisions, they also need to understand the more subtle rules. This small moment covers two of those. First, it shows how far the player can fall without taking damage. Second, it introduces a bit of the game's vocabulary, how the game will communicate with them. Players often worry about taking fall damage, but they also worry about taking a step that they can't take back. So here, a welcoming crate to land on signals that dropping down is safe and it's the way forward. And when the crate breaks, it reinforces the physics simulation, and is likely the first time players will see that larger objects can be broken apart.
Except that didn't happen to me because I threw all the boxes out the window. Only the first box seems to do that. So when I heard it, when I threw the first box out, it landed. Threw the second box out, it landed on top of the other crate and broke it. because it seems to be like programmed like that. And then 3rd, 4th, 5th, none of them broke. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the crate to just respawn. Yeah, honestly, I thought the same thing. I was like, is there like a secret Barney? Is there like a thing I've never heard of that Barney like comes back in and is like, oh my god, here, take this, and throws a box up or something like that? I thought there was going to be something where it was, yeah, either Barney or somehow something happens. As you say, like the Portals example.
Pick up that can. Contextualizing tutorials, creating a story scenario in which they happen, lets us do more than just stop the game to teach players something. We get to add narrative value to the moment. Here, teaching the player how to throw objects is combined with a narrative setup that gives them a choice in how to respond. After watching the Metro cops casually abuse citizens, it felt right to put the player in a similar position next. If they had opinions on how the citizens should have reacted, now they get to express them. Playtesting showed most players either complied or refused the request to pick up the can, but some tried to avoid the confrontation entirely. Others would comply initially, then retaliate after feeling humiliated. By keeping the moment relatively constrained, in both terms of player actions and the space itself, we could generally react appropriately to whatever choice they made.
This is one of my favorite moments. Because I always throw it at him and then run around to him.
Playtesting. Playtesting is a core part of how we make games. We can never fully predict how players will respond or what they'll take away from what we've built. So we test to learn and hopefully improve. During a playtest, we don't guide or talk to the player, even if they're stuck, as it's extremely unlikely that we'll be sitting there next to the player once the game ships.
Yeah.
Our goal is for testers to forget that they're playtesting altogether and play as if they're at home. Any interruptions risk skewing the data, so we only step in if there's a bug that's blocking progress, or more rarely, if their behavior is so confusing that we need to understand what they're thinking.
I've heard there's a few playtesters who were like that, who they were so their behavior was so baffling they had to intervene. There's that infamous playtester who caused the whole like antlion guard chase in episode 2 to be completely reworked because he repeatedly went in a circle in this like antlion in the chase maze that used to be there. He went in a circle endlessly for over half an hour or something similar to that. I forget if it was half an hour or it was an hour. I think it was half an hour. And after seeing him continually turn right at the same junction, he kept reaching a junction in paths and taking the right path. And it kept looping him back around and looping him back around endlessly. So they were just like, oh my god, we have to fix this. Yeah. Just try walking away and then close the door behind the cop. Wait, maybe another time.
Early in a Half-Life game, one of our goals is to make promises to the player, giving them a sense of what to expect later on. From movies to TV shows and books, all great entertainment does this in some way, and video games are no different. The promises in a Half-Life game can take different forms. Some are simple, like offering just a glimpse of something intriguing. Others are more layered, like the interactions with Metro cops. By putting the player in a powerless position against them, we set the stage for that future moment when they can finally get to retaliate.
Yeah. Oh my god, look at all the nodes around this area.
Let me read a letter I recently received.
The Citadel. We wanted the player's first view of City 17 to highlight the Citadel and its dominance over the city, representing the Combine's complete and total power over humanity. It also needed to serve as a clear goal. Even at the start, you can see where your journey ends.
Bastard.
But despite its massive size, playtesters often missed it.
I mean, I
Player's
nearly
sense of
did just
depth
there.
and scale can be tricky on a computer monitor. If you've played any games in VR, you'll likely have noticed that scale feels more natural. Anyway, in this case, the Citadel's position above the player didn't help things either, which may be because FPS games train players to focus straight ahead or down at their feet. To improve the chances of players taking in the Citadel, we added birds flying towards the structure. A subtle trick we've found helps guide the player's view.
Honestly, I still walk out and just like, yes. Because I like this square. I like this like city square. It's a neat space. I often forget there's a citadel looming over.
Exploration. After being herded through the train station by Metro cops, we wanted to give the player a chance to explore. This plaza offered several ways to interact with citizens, Metro cops, scanners, and the city infrastructure. We aimed for these interactions to continue building the world without needing explicit tutorials, and we refined them until they work naturally, without any real training.
Maybe they just enjoyed the environment so much that they kept going in circles. No, they apparently Valve decided to completely rework that area of the game because they were so distraught over that one guy running in circles for half an hour. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep now? Okay. Have a good night, Linux.
Ropes. One of the things we noticed in all of the reference images that we'd gathered for City 17 was that there were cables and wires everywhere, and that they were a large part of the high-frequency detail in view. We loved the look of these older European cities enmeshed in the haphazard web of modern life. We felt like we needed a solution for cables, ropes, and similar elements, and we wanted them to be dynamic. Our level designers were eager to create plug puzzles, and connecting a cord to each plug helped players better understand the mechanics. Early in production, we built a rope system and iterated on it throughout development. Under the hood, each rope is made of multiple segments stretched between the two endpoints, and they can move independently. Each segment acts like a spring and responds to forces in the game, such as a gentle wind or the passing of a Combine gunship overhead. When rendered, each segment is shown facing the camera and is bump mapped, which is crucial for giving the ropes a realistic, rounded appearance.
Yeah, you can see them like swaying in the wind.
They have thrown a switch and
It's quite impressive.
Playtesting Anecdote 1. One memorable playtest reminded us that we can never be certain what players are thinking or what lessons they've taken from their experience. This tester, after playing from the start and stuck trying to open a door, spent several minutes going back and forth between the game and the keyboard settings. When we asked what they were looking for, they said they were searching for the inventory controls, thinking they could use an item they'd picked up earlier to unlock the door. While we'd seen them collect and drop several physics objects, they'd misunderstood what was happening. The tester believed that pressing the use key while holding an object moved it into an inventory because the item dropped straight down. We knew it was just gravity, but their assumption wasn't crazy. Some adventure games of that era did slide items into an invisible inventory that way. We explained there was no inventory, and the playtest continued. Later, we considered whether we needed to address this, but since no other playtesters had the same confusion, and all of our potential solutions were more heavy-handed than necessary, we decided it was an outlier that was okay to remain unaddressed. It served as a good reminder, though, of how even the most subtle, overlooked details can mislead a player.
Yeah, I suppose if you pick up an item, I gotta find a physics item now. This area is quite
sincerely, a concerned citizen.
You know, it doesn't have a whole lot of physics items.
Thank you for writing. Concerned. Of course, your question.
Wait. Okay, can I go back in here? I can. Usually there's lots in here. Okay. So yeah, if you're just like holding an item and you drop it, it's gonna go. It goes down below the screen, and maybe that looks to them like they were storing it somehow. But you can hear it. You can hear it hit the floor. I don't know. I find that hilarious.
First, let us consider the fact that for the first
kind of makes me wonder why they didn't do the same
as a
the sway thing with the tree branches.
immortality
Oh,
is
and the grass
in our
here.
This simple fact has
Yeah, I don't know.
far-reaching implications.
Maybe they.
It requires radical rethinking and
Yeah,
revision
that's
of
honestly, it's a
genetic
good question.
also
Maybe it just didn't cross their minds, or they decided that it was too much effort. But the fact they have the maybe because the cables are quite simple objects. You know, they're literally just a bunch of points with lines being drawn between them. And so they yeah, I don't know, something along those lines where it's like probably something to do with the simplicity of cables versus the more complex nature of trees and grasses and things. What's going on? Oh, so I'm doing a playthrough. I'm doing a developer commentary playthrough of Half-Life 2. Too much. Yeah.
Strider. This simple moment is a promise that you'll encounter this enormous thing later in the game. Even an uncomplicated scene such as this really does require a lot of playtesting and iteration because of Half-Life's goal of not taking control away from the player. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of small tweaks to ensure that as many players as possible are looking at the right place at the right time here. The street layout and the Metrocop scene are all set to guide the player's gaze, perfectly framing the Strider when it appears.
Yeah, I've always found this a very effective one. Like, I always notice the Strider every time I look down here. And I'm sure it's related to they've set it up to trigger when you look down the hall, because I know that the Half-Life 2 or the Half-Life games are full of that. Where it's like something doesn't happen until you look. Like you can walk backwards down here this whole way, and it won't start moving until you look across like this. Then suddenly the Strider will walk across.
Early game exploration. Up until this plaza, the player likely hasn't had to think much about their path, as it's been clear and straightforward. But here, we wanted to encourage exploration, which meant making the way forward less obvious, which can produce a feeling of being lost or, worse, confused, as you might expect. These kinds of shifts can be tough, especially early in the game, when the player is still learning the game's guidance cues. Here, it's further complicated by force-fielded checkpoints, which allow NPC citizens to move through, but restrict the player, leading many playtesters to believe that there was a way to bypass them. Ultimately, it was extensive testing that helped us find the right visibility for the alley forward, using lighting, layout, and a wooden crate, an object players have already used as a sign they're headed in the right direction, all to subtly guide them forward.
Yeah. Valve are experts at that. Valve are really good
captions.
at that.
During Half-Life 2 development, we were approached by folks interested in accessibility who encouraged us to go beyond the subtitle system we had built for Half-Life 1. They requested a full-featured closed captioning system to capture all game sounds, not just dialogue. This turned out to be a much tougher challenge than expected. Half-Life 2 produced a wide variety of sounds, and categorizing them for captions was crucial. Prioritization was also key. Dialogue needed to stand out, and it had to be clear who was speaking. Ambient sounds, like distant combat, were important for setting the mood in some levels, but less so if there was an enemy shooting nearby. Our level designers also often reuse sounds in different contexts, so sound might require captioning in one area, but not in another. Ultimately, every sound in the game ended up with its own caption data, formatted almost like a small version of HTML, giving us control over the visual style of each caption. As with the audio files, the caption data was too large to keep in memory, so we built an asynchronous caching system to handle it efficiently.
Alright. Yeah. No, that's it. Closed captioning. That's a real tough, like, one to deal with. I mean, I already, as some of you are aware, I already struggled with just getting captions working, let alone for all sound.
It always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
And then look at all these nodes. This is a really busy area with lots of stuff going on.
Physics simulation. Even though we began Half-Life 2 with a functional third-party physics simulation, it still took us years of additional work both on the simulation itself and its integration into the game until we felt like we could meet our designers' ambitions. Maintaining a shippable level of quality and performance was something we knew would be a challenge along the way, but the more subtle issue was actually figuring out what to simulate and to what extent. We can't simulate everything, and even if we could, there are game design reasons why the experience is better when we don't. In many cases, we deliberately bend the simulation to improve the player's experience. These adjustments usually go unnoticed because they align with player intentions. For example, we disable collisions between the player and large objects to let them turn in narrow spaces, or we tweak the combine rifle's alternate fire to gently guide the combine ball toward enemies, making it more effective.
Yeah. Now I've always noticed that especially the alt fire of the combine rifle, I've always felt like it was a little too lucky, you know? It always hits the target. It always hits its targets and bounces just right to like knock out as many enemies as possible, because it's guided. It's not it's too lucky in the sense of like it's not just random chance.
Crate Baby.
Crate
This small baby doll has a long legacy. During the long months of internal testing, some of the team turned it into a challenge, a way to make the 47th playthrough of a game a bit more fun. They'd place the doll inside of a nearby blue crate and see how far they could carry it throughout the game. After Half-Life 2 launched, the community started carrying Crate Baby as well, adding their own stories and rules to the mix. A few years later, while working on Episode 2, this was the inspiration for the Little Rocket Man achievement, where players had to carry a garden gnome dubbed Gnome Chomsky throughout the entire episode. Chomsky even made a comeback for Left 4 Dead 2 in the Garden Gnome achievement, where players had to carry him through the Dark Carnival campaign. These kind of interactions with players are some of the most rewarding parts of game development. We design games with theories in mind, but you never really know where things are going until players get their hands on it.
Yeah. But I find it interesting that not only did the developers do it, like, not only did the players do it, but the developers had done it prior to the to the players getting their hands on it.
Physics Simulation 2. Areas where game design or other constraints impacted the physical simulation often required extra tuning to keep the simulation from blowing up. As an example, early on we experimented with increasing the simulation on the player entity, which is to say, make player movement much more a part of the physical simulation of the world. We knew this might make movement feel less precise, but hoped it could lead to some novel experiences. However, after tuning the movement to match the less simulated version, we hit a major problem. The physical force needed for the player to move at their usual speed was so high that simply running into other simulated objects could result in death from the impact. We iterated on it, but ultimately couldn't find a solution we liked and reverted to the less simulated movement. However, this wasn't exactly the easier path. It introduced new challenges with how the less simulated player interacted with the more simulated objects in the game. But it did allow us to deliver the precise movement experience we wanted.
That's also something interesting, because I've always noticed, I actually like how, like, the player is much less physically simulated. I've always liked the way that Half-Life 2 and the Source Engine's, like, player character, like, physics works. There's something very precise about it, and I like that a lot. It makes the, like, platforming segments much more predictable, because I know exactly how the player's going to move. It's not like weird physics simulation causing the player to sometimes not move the way you want them to. But you were saying, do you think they'll fix how lucky the alt fire is in HLX? I don't think so. I think that's honestly, I think they think it's intentional. You know, the ball hitting its target more often than not and bouncing in favorable ways is probably what they want it to do anyway. Yeah, and I don't even know if it'll have the assault rifle. Who knows?
Playground. When we discussed ways to highlight our physics simulation around the city environment, the playground felt like the natural fit. And for players paying attention to Dr. Breen, it's also a reminder of the cost of humanity's surrender to the Combine. We chose a few playground structures with interesting physics potential and began tuning them. Even with the advanced physics simulation we had at the time, setups like this always required hand tuning as we had fully simulated objects interacting with non- or partially simulated ones, such as the player or static world geometry. It might be easy to assume that a simulation can carry a lot of the load of implementation, but even now, 20 years later, that is rarely the case. Back when we were working on the playground, late in development on the game, we couldn't get the friction on the slide to feel right, so we decided to break the ladder so the player couldn't get up there. However, you still can just walk right up the front. As is commonly the case, you, the player, get the last laugh on us.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't climb up there, but... Oh, dear. Yeah. Just imagine Gordon. Oh, you didn't know you could do that on with the merry-go-round thing. Yeah, if you press E on it, it like spins. And so if you mash the E key, it gets really fast. And yeah, just imagining Gordon. I mean, I don't have my HEV suit on yet, but imagining Gordon just fucking playing on the on the thing is quite funny. Okay.
Materials and shaders.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2 came out in the midst of a significant shift in 3D graphics, where the industry moved from textures to materials and shaders. In Half-Life 1, every surface had a texture, essentially an image wrapped onto the polygons of the surface. But by Half-Life 2, just 5 years later, every surface had both a material and a shader. The shader was a lump of code that customized how the surface was rendered. The material defined properties for how the surface behaved physically and how it responded to gameplay features. It also held references to textures and other parameters for the shader to use for rendering. As a result, artists and designers had much more control over how things looked and behaved. However, this came with a trade-off. Half-Life 1 could run on a computer with only a CPU, but Half-Life 2 required a GPU because the computations needed for materials and shaders were specifically designed for GPU hardware. The refracting glass door here is a clear example of a custom shader, but every surface in the scene is actually running a shader of some kind.
Yeah. That was something I remember being very impressed by when I first played Half-Life 2. Was the, like, glass shaders. Reflection and refraction were always very impressive to me early on. Damn you. Oh, I'm curious if they're gonna hide nodes like they do in some of the other games.
Cube maps. With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and steel. These surfaces had to know what to reflect, but in 2003 we couldn't do any of that rendering in real time. So we developed the cube map system for pre-computed reflections. A cube map is a set of 6 images on the inside of a cube, capturing the environment in every direction, like a panoramic photo that surrounds you on all sides. Level designers placed invisible marker entities throughout the levels, and during map compilation, we generate a cube map at each marker. Then, during gameplay, when rendering a reflective surface, we locate the nearest pre-computed cube map to create the reflection.
Yeah. Such an interesting solution to limit the amount of, like, reflections you can show.
Field of view.
Oh.
In Half-Life 1, we used a 90-degree field of view, or FOV, which was fairly standard for first-person shooters at the time. But during Half-Life 2's development, we grew unhappy with it. With our game's focus on characters, we'd put extensive effort into detailed facial and body animations. But the 90-degree FOV just didn't allow players to get close enough to fully appreciate that detail. So we began experimenting with a tighter FOV, and ultimately landed on 75 degrees. It took some adjustment for both us and players, and it required an additional FOV for view models, which are the player's weapon, held at the bottom of the screen. Their models were originally built with 90 degrees in mind, so they looked distorted at 75. But this change succeeded in doing what we wanted, putting our characters front and center in the game.
Something they didn't mention here. Oh god, going back to 75 now feels. Oh, I have to change it. Something I didn't mention is the fact that they allow you to actually change the FOV. I much prefer 90. I feel FOV of 90. If they didn't change it in that little...
I thought you were a cop.
If they didn't change it in that little segment, I probably wouldn't have noticed that I was playing at 75.
Down there.
Reference maps. As our characters grew more lifelike between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, we wanted the game world to feel equally realistic. In Half-Life 1, the limitations of first-person games often made it easier to lean on stylized or abstracted environments. But with Half-Life 2, we set out to create a setting that felt grounded in reality, which meant focusing on a lot of small details we hadn't before. One of our main steps was creating reference maps to standardize how we'd map real-world proportions into the game. These maps establish details like wall and door dimensions, doorknob heights, interior lighting, furniture scale, and the general scale of common objects. We created standardized textures for level designers, complete with scale and lighting values. The layouts would be consistent from the start. Besides setting up the physical world, these reference maps defined how the player would move through it, how high they could jump, how low they could duck, and the size of spaces like vents. Using these maps as foundation, we were able to keep our world geometry consistent and ensure realistically sized spaces across the game.
That's something they didn't really need to worry about with Half-Life 1 because of the lower detail style. Imagine using an autoclicker on the merry-go-round. I think there is a max speed. I don't know what it is, though. I mean, considering that Gordon is a physicist, why wouldn't he just be like, hee spin? Yeah, there's lots of little secrets and hidden details if you pay close attention. And now that they've got the developer commentary, they're going to point out a bunch of them too. Crank up the FOV. I think beyond 90, I start feeling sick again. You can do 110 now. I don't think you used to be able to do this. I don't think 110 used to be normally available without using the console command. It doesn't look awful, honestly. It looks fine. But I like 90. 90's my favorite.
I can't take it anymore.
Everything's gonna be okay.
What are we going to do?
We'll think of something.
What is this?
Missing material. Early on in developing our low-level graphics code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering due to a missing texture. When this happened, you'd typically just see black where the polygon should be, which could easily go unnoticed in darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to load. This gave rise to the now iconic purple and black checkerboard texture, which has since taken on a life of its own, well beyond Half-Life 2.
No, it's lots of different engines now use that as their missing texture.
Watch it, will you?
I love throwing shit out the windows in these bits. Yeah, I was surprised to see this, honestly. Wasn't expecting them to talk about missing textures. But yeah, that's something that was invented with this game, so...
The raid. The section ahead, where the Metro cops raid the apartment while the player is inside, took a lot of iteration to get right. Generally, we design Half-Life to let players set their own pace, since people move through the game in a variety of ways. Some players run, ignoring anything that doesn't seem like a threat, while others methodically poke at everything. So, whenever we need to force a specific pace, it's always a challenge to ensure players perceive that pace and naturally play along. Since this is the first time we do this, we had to put in a lot of work to make it clear to the player that they needed to move quickly, and there's no time for exploration here.
Yeah. And because of that, I'm hoping that there's no nodes.
The Raid 2. In addition to making sure the player felt the pressure to move forward, we had to ensure the raid itself was foolproof. There couldn't be any way for the player to avoid it or double back past the Metro Cop.
Yeah.
The real challenge wasn't that players would try to break the scene, but that many would panic and run in random directions once they realized they were under threat for the first time. This moment requires a delicate balance. We wanted a heart-pounding escape, the sense of real danger, but we wanted players to make it through on their first try and feel like they escaped by the skin of their teeth. To achieve this, we kept the path ahead clear and reminiscent to the one they had just taken through the previous floor.
Yeah.
A series of carefully placed triggers controls the threats appearing ahead and behind, maintaining the pressure while still giving players enough time to stay ahead of their pursuers.
Head for the roof. There's no time to lose.
Yeah.
Get in here, quick. Keep moving.
Honestly, I'm always impressed by the fact that like they get into like you know, they have all this stuff explaining what's going on with the world, and you get like lots of set pieces, visual set. Oh god.
Health and no HUD. The rooftop chase sequence posed a unique design challenge. We didn't want it to be a true gameplay obstacle, and our best case was for players to make it through on their first try. But we still wanted to create the sense of real danger, where players felt legitimately threatened if they didn't keep moving. The challenge was that without the HEV suit, players don't technically have a heads-up display or HUD, which means no way to show damage or remaining health. After some experimenting, we created a special health system for this section, using a red glow around the screen to indicate damage. Players reacted as we hoped, taking it as a sign to keep moving, and the chase unfolded as intended. To top it off, we made health regenerate quickly so the glow wouldn't linger, reinforcing to players that running was indeed the right choice, and ensuring players weren't taken down by a stray bullet at the end just because they dawdled or hesitated earlier on.
A couple interesting things to note. Yeah, I always liked the fact that I was always impressed by the fact that they got you into a combat scenario, or got you into like a pursuit of sorts, like really quickly. Like they start you off on the train, they do all the introduction stuff, they get you talking to some NPCs and escaping the train station, but then very shortly afterwards they get you into a scenario where you have to run and avoid Combine and stuff. They do all of this stuff in a really honestly rather fast-paced sequence. It doesn't take long for you to be running for your life from the Combine, so to speak. But also, wait, I'll just quickly read the comments. The chat. Maybe have one of the citizens say, "Are you crazy?" Oh, they should let the player jump out the window. Well, you get to do that here if you want. You can jump down and get yourself killed. But I think it's probably for the best that they can't kill themselves in that previous sequence. Gordon needs more FOV. I'm a bit behind, but unchangeable FOV is the worst thing about modern Resident Evil games. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Like throwing shit out the window in real life. Oh yeah, Dave. Wait, Dave? Reyes feels really threatened by the Metro Cop. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Metro Cop, where'd you go? I was just around the corner. Just like drop down and to the side. Oh, but something else I wanted to note was that, fascinatingly, this game, you know, you would say that Half-Life 2 doesn't have regenerating health, but it does have regenerating health in this sequence. In this sequence, you can't die if you if you take little pot shots here and there, you won't eventually die from health loss. You literally regenerate your health. The game has regenerating health in it, but they only implement it before you get your HEV suit. I find that fascinating. It's like, it's in the game, it's in the code, regenerating health. But then, the illusion of not having regenerating health. Yeah, exactly. It's, because you don't have because you don't have your HEV suit, you don't have your heads-up display, you can't tell that you're regenerating your health. And as far as you can tell, it's just that they haven't done enough damage yet to kill you. It's fascinating. Damn it.
Playtesting anecdote 2. In the upcoming section, we needed the player to be knocked down so Alex could save them. With limited time and resources, we simplified the encounter as much as possible, reusing existing systems and letting it play out like a normal combat sequence, with a custom event triggered when the player died. After a few playtests to fine-tune the timing, we moved on. But as we got close to shipping, we encountered a problem with a playtester who quick-saved constantly and immediately hit quick-load whenever they thought they'd failed. When a Metro cop hit them,
I was hoping they were going to talk about this.
Alex could step in, repeating this more than 10 times before we asked them to stop. At this stage of development, in the final bug-fixing phase, we had to limit ourselves to fixing only game-breaking issues, since even small changes could risk breaking something more important. Knowing this was a rare edge case, because most players had no trouble, we made a few conservative changes. We shortened the delay between the knockdown and Alex's first line and changed the fade-out color to white instead of black, which wasn't ultimately that useful since players hadn't died enough yet to associate black with death. We considered disabling quick load for the few seconds that the scene plays out, but we were worried that could introduce a bug where quick load became disabled permanently.
Sponsor. Sponsored, not sponsored. Oh, it gets chroma-keyed out. These kids, oh! Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Bup. Yeah, they're these like kids, Rice Krispie bars that are called LCM. Invisible food, yeah. Ooh, invisible. I've been playing a Hat in Times DLC as well. Well, I say DLC. I played the summer like user created DLC thing. I got all but 2 of the Death Wish badge thingies. What the hell was I saying? Wait, did I miss something? No. Yeah, no, if they had implemented a, like, perhaps, let's say they did what they were talking about and they disabled quick load here. Just in that small window where you get knocked down and then Alex gets you up. There's the potential where, there's potential that, like, they disable it. They set it up to disable for that brief window. But then if someone, like, if it gets disabled and then someone, like, pauses the game, quits out, or somehow, like, shuts down the game midway through that disablement, and then, like, starts a new game or loads a different game, loads a different save through the menu, like if they pause it in the middle of it and then they load game and they load a normal save or something like that, or do something else that, like, breaks the sequence, you could end up with a game that's unable to be loaded. You suddenly can't quick load ever again throughout the whole thing. So yeah, it's dangerous to do that kind of thing. I've seen other games do that kind of thing and have bugs just like that. So they were right to be worried.
Ha, no, you don't.
So that, yeah, what they did instead is have Alex immediately shout as soon as you go down.
Dr. Freeman, I presume. We better hurry. The Combine can be slow to wake, but
Oh,
once
there's
they're
a
up,
curse.
you don't want to get in their way. Dr. Kleiner said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred to him that you might not have a map.
Hello. I've never really looked out here before. Yes.
Alex. Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We wanted the player to both respect and care for her. Saving Eli was a key player goal midway through the game, and we knew that getting players to care about that goal would be easier if they also cared about Alex and her relationship with her father. We intentionally designed, wrote dialogue, and cast a voice actor for Alex to be savvy, capable, and relatable within the Combine-controlled world, while also making her attractive and charismatic. We aimed to avoid the objectification, exaggeration, and hypersexuality that many games of the 2000s featured, as we felt that would undermine our goals for her character.
Yeah. And that's why it annoys the crap out of me that, like, there are so many mods that bimboify Alex. And I'm like, you've missed the point, man. Female characters in video games at this point in time were so often, like, hypersexualized and, you know, male fantasy, all that shit. It's terrible. It's terrible. But yeah, she's like, I loved, and then I came back and she was just static facing the wall. She wasn't even facing, like, the buttons, she was facing the blank wall. I think it's because the last time she spoke, I was through that wall. So she turned to face me, but, like, I was through that wall. Yeah, fake factory Alex, exactly. I'm just suddenly thinking, oh god, that made it close. Yeah, I mean, this character was still fairly sexualized, but I was gonna say there's a couple of female characters that were released around this time that I felt like were better and more realistic. And Alex is one of them. Alex is a much more realistic human than so many female characters back in these days. And to be fair, and male characters. There's so many, like, hyper masculine male characters from this era as well. And I mean, the likes of Duke Nukem were literally a parody of that, like, 80s macho man stereotype. The Alex parable. Go back and look at this wall. Oh, want to know something disturbing about the FF Alex? Sure. I don't know if I'm gonna want to.
I'm Alex Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
Nope.
Man, a few words, aren't you?
Never met you before in my life.
NPCs on elevators. We often spend a significant amount of time solving problems that players might not even notice. Many of these are subtle design challenges, while others stem from multiple systems interacting with each other. For example, getting non-player characters to ride in elevators posed a complex problem because it involved various systems, NPC AI decision-making, navigation planning, and movement simulation, to name a few. Additionally, the elevator itself had its own simulation requirements unrelated to NPCs. One of the more subtle challenges came from the fact that we simulate NPCs at a slower rate than we simulate elevators. This meant that NPCs on a descending elevator would simulate to make sure they were properly standing on the elevator, and then the elevator would simulate a few times, each time moving further down the elevator shaft, subtly leaving the NPC behind. Shortly after that, the NPC would simulate a second time and pop itself down on the elevator floor once again. You can imagine that it was hard to take Alex seriously when she was constantly falling down in small increments while talking to you.
Yeah.
Come on, Gordon.
Wait.
Interactive storytelling. When we started on Half-Life 2, storytelling in games was generally either high fidelity and linear or low fidelity and interactive. We knew players had seen high-quality storytelling in games, but they'd never been placed right in the middle of it, able to watch it unfold around them, interact with it, and examine any part closely. While that goal excited us, we didn't yet know how it would work or what kind of technology we'd need to make it happen. We had built a variety of storytelling technology in Half-Life 1, but it was mostly presented in front of the player and lacked the interactivity and fidelity we were aiming for. So Kleiner's Lab became the section of the game we used as a testbed to figure out how our interactive storytelling would actually function.
Yeah, and this is something that's like, it's where that idea that you never take the control away from the player really kicks in for Half-Life 2. However, lots of people have come back to that concept and said, well, it's not really any different than a cutscene because you're still like stuck in the space. But yeah, it's like an interactive cutscene instead of a straightforward cutscene. Fully modeled. Yeah.
Funny,
I think I know what you mean by that as well.
Particular.
Yeah. Alex is too used to speedruns. Yeah.
Kleiner's Lab. Kleiner's Lab was the first piece of storytelling we worked on, and the one that took the longest to figure out. In addition to its role in launching the player into the game, it eventually became the unifying vision for the development team in terms of storytelling. As we began building our characters and narrative delivery around the player, many questions arose, all of which felt like major risks for the game. Would players be able to extract the important information from the scene? Could we get them to care about these characters? How would we support players with varying levels of investment in the story? How costly would it be to produce a scene like this? And how many more would we need? These and many more were questions we couldn't answer until we'd built enough of the scene and tested it with a lot of playtesters. Frustratingly, unlike many other problems we face, these weren't questions we could confidently answer until we had done significant work. We can often test gameplay ideas with low-fidelity prototypes, but if a player isn't invested in our storytelling when the characters are just gray blocks, how confident can we be that they'll care once the characters are fully realized?
Yeah. so many little details like that in game design. I love that most of the time when playing this, I don't use the stairs. I hop over and down, just like Alex does. Alex does that exact thing.
Choreography. The system we built and iterated on to deliver Half-Life 2's storytelling was internally called Choreo, short for choreography. Early on, we found it useful to imagine we were writing a play where one of the actors didn't know the script. We needed a system that could control all the other actors, moving them around the stage, delivering their performances and speaking their lines. To handle this, the other actors would need to seamlessly mix our directorial commands with dynamic responses to the player's position and behavior. Timing was clearly going to be a major challenge, as any part of the scene might need to lengthen, contract, or even pause, depending on what the player was doing.
Yeah. And I'm still pretty unfamiliar with the choreo system. I did make some progress understanding that, but I never really, delved that deep into it. But on a tangent, on a side note, just for Bup's interest, Bupper's interest, I now have, oops, which one? I now have all but one of the PS2 Crash games. Yeah. Just recently, I've gone back to collecting old PlayStation 2 games. And I got my hands on Crash of the Titans, Crash Tag Team Racing, and Crash Nitro Kart. I totally had them when I played them on the channel before. I totally didn't illegally download and emulate the games from illegal copies. No. The only one I don't have is I so nearly got a copy of Mind Over Mind Over Mutant. But I got outbid in the bid that I was doing. I also got a couple of the Spyro games. I got the PS2 Spyro. I got the 2 PS2 Spyro games. And then I have 2 more PS2 Spyro games that were part of the like reboot series. I got Tag Team Racing. This was difficult to get, and it was a bit expensive because Tag Team Racing, not common here in New Zealand. I actually really enjoyed myself with that game, and since I've actually bought them now, I'm probably going to play. I'll probably start by playing Nitro Kart, but then the only one I haven't played yet, other than that, is Mind Over Mutant. But I don't have Mind Over Mutant yet. I have to find a copy that isn't. The only copy that's currently available in secondhand that I can find is $65. That's New Zealand, so that's like 45 US dollars. Gotta stream Nitro Kart, yeah. And Mind Over Mutant, yeah.
Here, let me buy you a drink.
I don't want Breen supply.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah.
FacePoser. Right. The primary tool we built to power the Choreo system was called FacePoser.
Yeah,
an inaccurately named program that allowed our animators to lay out the entire structure of our scenes along a timeline. The timeline contained a series of choreo commands for the actors, along with all the necessary information for them to perform those commands. By layering these commands on the timeline, animators could easily describe how an actor might need to face one thing while talking towards another and walk to a different location all at the same time. But the timeline wasn't a fixed linear sequence. Actors would follow their commands, but they had to respond dynamically to the world around them. An actor might take longer to move to a location if the player is in the way, or they might need to wait to deliver a line because another actor has been delayed by the player. FacePoser allowed us to rapidly iterate on scenes, trying different layouts, dialogue deliveries, and timings. This ability to quickly experiment and adjust proved critical in finding the right performances to achieve our character and narrative goals.
Damn it, I was about to snack. I have some like crackers, but the commentary ran out beforehand. Yeah, no, that's another one of those interesting challenges you had to deal with.
Come on.
Was
Dr. Cleaner's waiting.
Like if you need the timing to be such that things should happen in sequence, regardless of how long it takes for those sequences to play out. Now, there are a million nodes in here. Do I do them just do them over the top of the stuff happening? Or do I wait and I do them at the end? What do you guys think?
Alex. Well, almost all right. Lamar has gotten out of her crate again. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect Barney of trapping and... My goodness.
That could be an interesting thing to see, like the...
I found him wandering around outside. Bit of a troublemaker, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
The beautiful ambience, yeah. I do love Kleina's lab.
Come at a very opportune time. Alex has just installed the final piece for our resurrected teleport.
You see this wall too?
Credit for the breakthrough, Doctor.
Nonsense. Your talents surpass your loveliness.
Let's just see if this thing works, okay?
Well, is it here? There you...
Zach, you mentioned Rorius Game Collection. I actually did videos on that. Wait. Wait, what's this? Ugh. Okay, wait, I'm gonna have to find it. What the hell did I call it? I don't remember what I've called it. It was so long ago now. It'll be definitely in the miscellaneous playlist. Yeah, cooking with Rorius. I've got to make another one of those sometime. I had all these ideas for that, but I never actually did them. I had all these ideas of different things I could make. Video game related things like drinks and foods and yeah. God damn it, where is it? Where is that Misc playlist? Well, there's the Cooking with Rorius playlist. Wait, let's just do this. There's your Cooking with Rorius playlist. Somewhere in here is a miscellaneous playlist. There's Rorius highlights. Okay, I'm just gonna look out for PlayStation Classic. Is it this one? No. Oh, no. No, this isn't it. This was Disney PS2 emulation. Crash to Insanity, yeah. These were just like me doing testing retro stuff. But there's a playlist somewhere around this time. I was always bananius. Banana phone. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. I did 2 videos on unboxing? Oh, right. Yeah, fair enough. I remember, I got the PlayStation 1 Classic for Christmas, and instead of opening it on Christmas, I saved it and then recorded myself unboxing it. Terrible. We're going so far back that we're now in the, we're in the early days. Where's the hell is that Misc playlist? Oh, this, yeah. Beautiful playlist. The problem with the Minecraft mob vote, yeah. It's got to be in here, right? The hand reveal. Oh, I remember that. 250 subscribers. That's wild. The singing with Rorius stuff. Cooking with Rorius. It me birth. That's right, the clickbait title. I think people did told me to add these to it. The dramatic reading. Oh, the banana jam one, that's right. I made a game because of Markiplier. Crap. No, it's not in here. Shit. Are you kidding me? No, where is it? It's gotta be the word collection, right? Oh, I should have just done that in the first place. There we go. I did a bunch of videos on that. Yeah, I did part 1 and part 2 of the PS1 and PS2 collection videos. So like this went through every PS2 game I had. This one went through these two videos together went through my entire PS2 collection. And then this is a playlist? Get to know Rorius? Oh, wait, is it because it has it has a day in the life of me, which is a 35-second video. It was a shit post. My setup. I explained my setup. Has my collection PS1 edition, my collection PS2 edition part 1 and 2, and then also the update for the PS1 and then the part 2 of the PS2. Yeah, and then like the stuff I watch, YouTube that I watch. That's changed. Pretty much everything in this has changed since I recorded these. But yeah, I had like, welcome back to Get to Know Rorius 2020 Christmas special. 2020 Christmas special. That was back in 2020. It's now 2025. This was 5 years ago.
I don't know what I'm calling this, so I'm just gonna keep giving it new names until
because you had the Warriors,
I
right?
make a decision once I start editing. So this video today is going to be a my collect.
Yeah, this I used what camera did I use? Oh, I just used my phone camera, I think, to record this
Video. Recently, I have been going out of my. These are my shelves, by the way.
Yeah, and those shelves are different. I'm not in that room anymore. I'm in the flat.
More than just my collection of PS1 games or whatever, because I have a collection of all sorts of stuff.
God, that room was a mess.
Just recently, I've been picking up a bunch of new games for PS1.
Yeah, and I've been picking up a bunch more PS1 games, but also a bunch of PS2 games. So these videos are all out of date now.
Hey guys, Rorius here. Welcome back to a one-off Get to Know Rorius video. Today we're doing another My Collection video. Hopefully I'm not messing this camera up too much. Last time we did a PS1 collection thing, and today I thought we'd do a little Get to Know Rorius PS2 collection edition. I'll do a few more of these like Get to Know Rorius videos every now and then. We'll catch up as to what is changed
with on camera.
These PS1 games. But let's just jump straight into PS2 games. Okay, so I think these are in alphabetical order. I did not actually check.
Yeah, I got a bunch more. Anyway, it's enough of a tangent. Let's get back to it. Yeah, that PS2 one I did a little bit later on. I think I might have been on my way to moving out of that room because I had the PS1 games all in a box. That was probably 6 months later when I was doing that, and it would have been me moving my stuff down to here because it was around June, July 2021 when I moved down here. But yeah, things have changed since then. Yeah, I gotta do some more silly videos, like one-off stuff like that. That's like low commitment stuff that I can edit. Anyway.
Yar. Man, Gordon, you stirred up the hive.
I'm gonna just go through the sequence as
Keep
normal.
him here long, Doc. It'll jeopardize everything we've.
And then
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a.
And then I'll go through all the
we'll
nodes.
Inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission. You mean it's working? For real this time? Because
I still have nightmares about that cat.
No, there's nothing to be nervous
What
about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since he's not taking the streets, you might as well get him out of his civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
I've got to get back on my shift, but okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Damn it, get it off me! Lamar, there you are.
I thought you got rid of that pest.
Certainly not.
On
Never
my head.
fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple
with your head.
Fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me.
Here, my pet. Hop up.
No,
not
not
up
up
there.
there.
No. Careful, Lamar. Those are quite fragile. Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Longer if we're lucky.
Longer if we're lucky.
Barney.
Not an animal person. Okay.
Well,
It's around this
go
phase
ahead. Slip into your suit now.
that we can actually go through and listen to them. Okay. Let's listen to them. Let's start with this one.
Choreo commands. This debug visualization shows the two most common choreo commands actors receive throughout a scene.
Oh.
Internally known as look-ats and move-tos. Actors are given targets to look at, sometimes more than one at a time, and then try to focus on the one that makes the most sense given their current state. At the same time, they might be receiving move-to commands, which tell them to move to a location and face a specific direction or object.
She's facing me, yeah.
Even these seemingly simple commands involved a lot of complexity. A scene might require an actor to talk while typing on a keyboard, all while looking at an object the player is holding. Since we couldn't predict where the player would be during playback, authoring scenes like this required us to break each element of the scene into separate pieces and layers. These could then be reassembled as needed during playback, based on the player's actions and interrupted if necessary.
I do also wonder that, Zach. I wonder what he looks like. I want to know what his default appearance is. Because clearly G-Man is some sort of disguise. I want to know what his default appearance is.
Lab interactivity. In our choreo scenes, we have the player trapped for a bit, allowing us to focus on the characters and narrative. To accommodate different players, some deeply invested in the story, others unable to stand still for more than a second, we felt like we needed a constant stream of interesting details on screen. We scattered narrative elements throughout the environment, ensuring some were interactive, essentially toys for the player to tinker with. In some cases, we embedded further storytelling into these, like the cactus mini-teleporter hinting at the upcoming teleporter failure. It was a delicate balance. Too much visual interest could distract players from the core of the scene. Ultimately, Kleiner's lab played it safe with interactivity, as it was the first major choreo scene. Later, in Eli's lab, we explored it more deeply, ensuring the characters themselves paid attention to what the players were tinkering with.
That was something I was going to mention, is I'm surprised they didn't have any reacting to the players' actions in this scene.
Gordon, go ahead. Slip into your suit now.
Delivery. It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to strike the right balance of information and emotional connection in our major choreo scenes. Each scene had a lot of information we needed to convey to the player, but we couldn't just have characters spouting exposition. Players would start thinking of them more as signposts than as people. We needed to take the time to let the characters interact with each other, allowing the player to observe the relationships. At the same time, we had to expand upon the world, giving the player a sense of everything that had happened while they were gone. All this had to be done carefully, without taking too long. We wanted the game to work for players who were less invested in the narrative. Animation became a powerful tool in communicating the emotional connections between characters, often conveying the depth of a moment quickly without overstating it. Humor was another commonly used tool, helping to puncture a setup and disarm the player when things got a bit too heavy.
Come on, Gordon. We don't have time to fool around. Get your suit
Whereas
on.
the previous game was mostly comedy, like dark comedy. They're like characters being killed in silly ways. This one tried to have a bit of like more like tongue-in-cheek dialogue-based humor.
The longer you delay,
Writing. In the Half-Life 1 era, player goals in FPS games were still largely about fighting and defeating an obviously evil enemy. It was hard to get players to care about characters when they were as low fidelity as they were in Half-Life 1. With the planned improvements in character fidelity for Half-Life 2, we wanted to take a shot at making characters the driving force of the narrative. Our goal was for the player's motivations to align with those of our characters, for the player to care about these people, their hopes and fears, and to want them to succeed. With this in mind, we were able to assemble our approach to character and dialogue. We would create a set of characters who liked and cared about each other, hoping that the player would feel the same. These characters would interact in a way that felt inclusive, like a group of old friends who see the player as one of them, just someone who's been away for a while. If the characters demonstrated realistic emotional connections with each other, we believed we could build an emotional connection with the player as well.
Yeah. No, they executed on that excellently.
Voice actors. To create more responsive and multidimensional characters in Half-Life 2, we needed to evolve our approach to working with voice actors. While running through a script with a modicum of direction was sufficient for much of the NPC dialogue for Half-Life 1, for Half-Life 2 we decided to give the actors more of an opportunity to be involved in helping to define the characters and bring them to life. We provided much more story context to the actors, showing them the game world, the environments their characters inhabited, and the other characters they interacted with. We sought actors who could take all that information and synthesize it into their performances to elevate their characters beyond what we had imagined. We held multiple sessions with the main actors, allowing them to digest and build upon their characters over time. For scenes where characters are interacting with each other, we'd often cue an actor with performances from other actors in the scene to create a better sense of connection and flow. Though we'd arrive at the studio with a script and a plan for the recording session, we made sure that the actors felt empowered and had the space to bring their own ideas to the character and performances. Having animators attend the voiceover sessions also proved critical, as they were responsible for stitching the characters' dialogue together with physical actions and expressions to form the resulting choreo scene. Often, animators found that their plans for how a scene would play out evolved quite a bit after working with the voice actor.
Of course, yeah. Just get in the suit.
Time to suit up, Gordon.
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit
suit
still fits you like a glove.
At least the glove parts do.
I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials. Now, let's see.
No suit run.
The Mark V Hazardous Environment Suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility. Oh dear.
Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get
Where he
that
just
suit
drops
used
it
up,
on the
Gordon.
floor.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall. I've modified your suit to draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Meanwhile,
If I'm not
it's a good show on the
mistaken,
road.
Kleiner's voice actor sounds exactly like Kleiner. If I'm not mistaken, there's like clips of the voice actor who voices Kleiner talking, like answering questions of some like interviewer, and he's literally just Kleiner, and it's so weird because you think of Kleiner as like you imagine someone putting on a voice to do Kleiner's voice. But then seeing a man just having Kleiner's voice is so weird. No,
Archetypes.
Not coming.
We wanted to create narrative links between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 through our characters. Our idea was to design individuals who felt like representations of Half-Life 1's archetypes, so that players might find them familiar, almost as though they'd met them in Half-Life 1 at some point that they couldn't quite
that was the
remember.
idea.
We based Dr. Kleiner on the scientist model we felt was the most iconic, and his personality was largely shaped by Hal Robbins, whose voice and performances had defined the Half-Life 1 scientists. One day, when we were in the thick of trying to figure out this character, Dr. Kleiner's face came into focus, as we happened to share an elevator with an accountant from an office on another floor of our building.
That's right.
And looking
Yeah.
at him, it was clear that this is Dr. Kleiner's face. Luckily, he was receptive when we asked if we could photograph him for a video game character.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? I find that really fascinating. They're just like you're in the elevator. You're like going to work. You're an accountant or a bank manager or something, and you're just in the elevator. And then some people are like, "I have to photograph you. You're gonna be a video game character." You prefer the Einstein model? I've always liked the Kleiner model from Half-Life 1. But to be fair, I like all the Half-Life 1 models, original models.
Character reactions. Figuring out what characters should react to and how was an ongoing challenge. At the core, we always want the game to respond to player input. However, any response from the game can be
Doesn't have
by the
laces.
player. So, what characters react to and what they ignore teaches the player about the kind of input the game expects. As a result, we made sure to respond to things we wanted more of, like players tinkering with devices in the lab, and ignored behaviors we wanted less of, like players repeatedly slapping Kleiner in the face with a box over and over again. Seriously, we watched a playtester do it for 5 minutes straight.
Wait. I was half expecting you to react.
Animation. Constructing believable human motion for our characters out of many discrete layers of animation required a lot of technological iteration. Even simple actions like turning to look at something or walking to a location became more complex when combined with the need to dynamically respond to the player and the requirements of choreo commands. For example, turning to look at something had to be fully decomposed, allowing a character to use any combination of its eyes, head, shoulders, upper torso, or full body to face a target. In Half-Life 1, human characters had their bodies separated into upper and lower halves, allowing them to walk in one direction while facing another. However, this approach was too abstract for Half-Life 2's characters. Instead, our animators created walking animations in all 8 directions of the compass, which could then be smoothly blended together at runtime.
Right.
Tone. Setting the right tone for our characters and their dialogue was critical. We aimed for a respectful, almost pleasant style of interaction with the player, while avoiding anything that felt too subservient. This balance was especially tricky with Alex, who needed to support the player without compromising the strength of her character, something we felt was crucial for players to respect her. Her relationship with Eli was a core driver of the player's motivations, so it was important that players liked her and wanted to help her. We also wanted to contrast the warmth and camaraderie between the player's allies against the hostilities of Breen and the Combine, inspiring a sense of righteous indignation in the players for the battles ahead.
Yeah. No, that's something I've heard from other developer commentary stuff. It's like the balance between helping the player go somewhere and also helping guide the player to a direction, but also making it not sound like they're like nagging the crap out of the player, like not make it sound too condescending. It's like a super tricky balance to achieve. We got Eli, we've got Kleiner, we've got Gordon. I'm assuming, this is Breen with his his face X'd out. The Einstein model. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to listen to these nodes before we walk in, so I don't have to interrupt the
monitors.
Teleporter scene.
We use monitors a lot for storytelling in Half-Life 2 in the episodes. So much so that we even make fun of ourselves for it. The problem is they're just too damn useful. They're fantastic for expanding the world by showing events happening elsewhere, and they provide an easy way to have characters talk without needing to explain how they all got to the player's location. Anyone who's ever written any kind of story, especially one with an ensemble cast, understands the unique frustration of trying to create natural reasons for all of your characters to come together in the same place. In this case, we were really happy with how the monitor allowed Alex to teleport away and then quickly appear in Eli's lab, making everything feel real and connected.
Yeah. Well executed.
Alex's kiss. It's a small moment, but Alex's kiss on Eli's cheek was important. Eventually, we're going to ask the player to save Eli, and we want them to care about him. To build that emotional connection, we needed to show the warmth and affection between Alex and Eli. We didn't want to oversell it with dialogue or make it too big of an event. It had to feel genuine, not performative. And we were able to iterate on the subtleties of this moment until it struck just the right note.
You coming?
Scene interactivity. At certain points in our choreo scenes, we require the player to take action. Beyond simply giving them something to do and keeping them engaged, these moments served a few key purposes. First, they allowed the player to catch up even if they'd been distracted by something else in the environment. The scene could safely pause until the player completed the task, ensuring they were back and paying attention. At the same time, it let us position the player where we needed them, which was useful for framing the scene and making sure they saw something important. In some cases, we got double value out of these moments by using them to train the player. Here, they're learning to interact with plugs and sockets, a skill they'll need for puzzles later in the game.
Yeah. No, these scene systems are excellently utilized in this game. Again, I mentioned before, like allowing the scene to basically pause until the player is ready to continue. The player might have stepped away from the computer for a moment, and then they step back in. You don't want the story to have progressed too far without them. Yeah. Anyway, thankfully, imagine if Gordon lost his glasses. Game over. He like trips and breaks his glasses. It's game over. I'm with the Walter/Kleiner model. Yeah. The Kleiner one is my second favorite in Half-Life 1 though, yeah. I've always liked the Kleiner and the Einstein models in Half-Life 1. Those are my favorites. To be fair, the Half-Life 1 scientists always look like they're ready to punch someone. Well, I like it because they all look like annoyed scientists. They're always like... Because of the whole intro sequence makes them seem so like impatient and annoyed. Like,
you coming?
Not now, Gordon. I'm in the middle of a critical test. Alex is being like Gordon right now. Apple juice? Nah, it's zero sugar Sprite. Anyway, okay, let's go. Let's do this. I'm realizing it's going to take a whole lot longer than I thought to get through this, isn't it?
Gordon, why don't you position yourself?
It's not going to be 2 streams. It's probably going to be at least 3 streams.
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a hold up on this end.
But this part's definitely going to be the most dense in terms of nodes.
That's not who I think it is it?
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Then let's do it.
Let's see.
And you get to meet Judith here, but you don't actually get to understand anything about her yet.
Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that cat.
Initializing. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I always fix it before,
Gordon, go right ahead.
An honor.
Very good. Final sequence.
Yeah, my physics degree paying off right now.
Okay.
Oh, fiddlesticks. What now?
Well,
Saucemon's a nightmare when it comes to sounds. Yeah.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah, we're playing Half-Life 2.
Goodness. My relief is almost palpable.
Welcome to the stream, Times Court.
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved
an
an
able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments.
Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all.
I can see
your
your
MIT education really pays for itself.
All right, Barney. Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you...
So salty about the fact that I'm educated and you're not. I have a degree.
Excellent. Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Finally back. Oh, nice.
Barney,
It's a temporary place to move my entire setup quickly to improve Wi-Fi. Oh, okay.
We're ready to project you, Gordon. Bon voyage, and best of luck.
This device, I've always thought it looked super interesting and weird.
What the hell? What is it? It's your head, the freaking head hopper. Lamar, Teddy, no now. There he is. Is Lamar with him? Get about that thing.
Is Lamar with him?
What's going on?
Hey.
I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
Gordon, stay put. We'll get you out of there.
Something's drawing him away.
What's the meaning of this?
Hello.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
Hey, take us back. I'm getting him out of there. Catch us, Wade, in the field.
In the field you are far.
Just lost Gordon. What's going on? I wish I knew.
It's only 50 megabit down. Oh.
Don't worry, Gordon. There he is.
Oh, we're losing him again.
I'm all but certain it was Gordon Freeman.
Hey, run. The only time you see that creature. Look behind you. I love that. The freaking headhammer. I love that scream. That's a classic like Half-Life 1 style scream. Don't take photos of me, I don't give permission. Oh crap, now I feel like I need to keep an eye out. I don't think they're gonna hide any nodes around, but I do worry I might miss some at this stage.
Hey, Gordon! The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can, Gordon. Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy.
You're gonna need it. City 7 needs your permission for location.
Phonium extraction. Another critical tool we built into FacePoser was the phonium editor. It processed the voice actors' dialogue lines and
yes.
Phonium to
this,
generate
yes.
basic lip sync animations for our characters. For the hero characters, our animators use this as a starting point to create high-quality custom animations for each dialogue line, incorporating full facial animation. However, in a dynamic choreo scene, the animators wouldn't know exactly what the rest of the actor's body would be doing. This meant it required careful layering of choreo commands and timings in FacePoser, while still maintaining the actor's ability to dynamically respond to the player.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is an extremely impressive piece of technology they developed for this. And it was one of those ones that they showed off a lot at the different game conferences and stuff. Was like the ability for characters' lips and faces to make the shapes of like standard sounds, and doesn't cover every possible sound, but like they cover the phonemes, the typical phonemes that with like different combinations of mouth positions for all the different kinds of sounds that a typical mouth would make. But I think they actually made them not just for English, if I recall. They made them for all the languages that they supported. So like, yeah, they famously have G-Man speaking multiple languages in one of the showcases where he switches to Chinese and he starts speaking in Chinese, doing the mouth movements of the much more complicated sounds and like phoneme things that Chinese has. And so they created enough to cover, the languages that they supported, which is about 5 or 6 different languages, base languages, I think. I've never played Half-Life 2 with dev commentary, but now I'm learning something more about Half-Life 2. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I've played Half-Life 2 on the channel before, but since the 20th anniversary last year, they've released the developer commentary for Half-Life 2. So now I'm, for the first time, going through the game and
at the time of Half-Life
hearing
2's
some new
release,
stuff.
Most first-person shooters gave the player a gun or a melee weapon right off the bat, but we opted to start them empty-handed. Without a weapon, it was easier to train the player on the more novel ways they're able to interact with the world and introduce them to our story.
Yeah.
We wanted the player to transition from fugitive to the aggressor, and arming them at the right time created that moment naturally. By the time they finally get a weapon, they're done running away. They say sometimes the best way to win is to walk away, but we all know that's not true. The best way to win is to run towards something while shooting at it.
Nice. Oh, you got Half-Life 2 for free on the anniversary. Ah, nice.
Dynamic mixing. During gameplay, many sounds are playing at the same time, but some are naturally more important than others, and we need to set the volumes of the sounds relative to each other to ensure that
you're
the
hearing it
important
right
ones
now.
stand out. In a movie, this sound mixing is done as a post-process, but in a game, it happens real-time, responding to the player's actions, so we can't predict ahead of time which sounds will play simultaneously. To handle this, all the sounds are grouped into types and tagged with priorities. Then during gameplay, the audio system monitors all the active sounds and lowers the volume of sounds in a group if a higher priority sound is playing. And this mixing is adjustable. If the gunshots need to be loud in one scene, we can make them higher priority there. If a specific line of dialogue needs to be heard clearly, it can then force all the other sounds to drop in volume. And we do the same thing with music. It's a subtle but very critical system, and it just prevents the soundscape from becoming too cluttered.
Yeah, you're hearing it with the commentary nodes. The commentary nodes, bring the volume of everything in the game down, so you can hear.
If there's one thing we're sure of, it's that a lot of bullets will fly past a player throughout the game. So we spent a bunch of time trying to perfect the audio treatment for it. Unfortunately, bullets in the game are essentially instantaneous, so we can't just attach a sound to them and rely on the movement for positioning. So after some experimentation, we landed on this solution. By figuring out the closest point on the bullet's trajectory to the player's ear, we calculate the exact time and position the bullet would conceptually pass them. We then play two different sounds at that point to fake a Doppler effect, one for the bullet's approach and one for its departure. And we delay the departure sound based on the calculated time the bullet passed by.
Right. Yeah, that's something I hadn't thought about much. Like the sound of a bullet passing you. Yeah.
Audio caching. Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game. Audio caching.
This one doesn't have subtitles?
Another problem.
Bullet audio.
Audio caching.
Okay.
Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game. With all the gameplay sounds, music, and dialogue, we had too much audio to be able to store it all in memory. Memory was at a premium in 2003. But as you can imagine, we need to be able to play sounds immediately, especially if they're gameplay related. So we built an audio cache, which stored only the first 125 milliseconds of every audio file and kept that in memory. That 125 millisecond time was our best guess for how long it would take us to be able to stream an audio file in from disk. Then, whenever a sound was played in-game, we played the start of it from our audio cache while simultaneously kicking off a load of the full audio file from disk. By the time our cache start ended, we'd have the file loaded and could continue playing the rest of the sound. There were some other minor features, like keeping recent sounds fully in memory so that high-traffic ones didn't need to be loaded constantly. In today's engines, all kinds of assets, beyond just sounds, typically use the same kind of strategy.
I remember I tried to make an empty square box with Kleiner that would say "Hello, Freeman." Lost media. I had to mess the crap out of Facebook, but it didn't work. Right, yeah. Yeah, I had trouble with choreography files early on as well. I could not for the life of me figure out how to get them working. Yeah. They're really important if you want things like subtitles to work, which was difficult, which frustrated me because I wanted subtitles, but I could not for the life of me figure out how to get them to work properly. Despite, like, watching tutorials and stuff like that, I just couldn't... Well, I mean, when I say watching tutorials, reading through tutorials that were text-based. I still couldn't get it to work.
Physics sound. Getting physics to feel right for the player meant that the sounds produced by physics had to sound right too. As humans, we're all used to how objects and materials sound during various interactions, even if it's not something we actively notice. While we knew we couldn't account for everything, we wanted to focus on the details that contributed most to making our physics sound realistic. We started with per-object sounds for collisions and impacts. This allowed an object like a wooden crate to have custom sounds when it collided with other objects or classes of objects. Next, we began dynamically modifying these sounds based on the characteristics of the physical event, such as the masses involved and the force of the collision. This worked great for collisions, but didn't hold up in other interactions like objects scraping against each other. In reality, a wooden crate makes a different sound when it scrapes against a wall versus when it's thrown against that same wall. Let me tell you, nobody has done more research on the nuances of a wooden crate's physical properties than us. To get what we wanted out of these interactions, we implemented per-material collision sounds, metal against wood, metal against metal, and so on.
Yeah.
These sounds were also dynamically modified based on details, like material hardness or type of metal. Getting this system to sound right required countless small tweaks, which we could only identify once it was running. We also experimented with custom sounds for rolling objects, but ultimately cut the feature because we weren't happy with the results.
God, yeah, that must have taken so long to get all the nuances between different object interactions. Oh, what? Whoops. Wait. I've never failed that bit before. Ouch. Ouchie. Ouchie. Ooh. Ouch.
Automating DSP. All the sounds a player hears are processed through our Digital Signal Processing System, or DSP. And this just refers to how audio is altered to reflect the environment the player is in. For example, the same sound will differ when heard in a parking garage, a small room, outdoors. In Half-Life 1, we manually placed invisible nodes throughout the world to define these DSP settings for each space. For Half-Life 2, we knew that manual placement was just going to be way too time-consuming, especially since we wanted a larger game, and we still only had one audio person on the team. So we built a system that automatically determines the DSP settings around the player in real time. It does this by analyzing the space around the player, assessing the volume they're within. It examines the materials that make up the environment, basically. And then the system matches that space to one of the 25 hand-authored basic DSP types. We adjust some parameters, and we create the fully detailed DSP that modifies the sounds the player hears.
That's one of those. That's another, like, thing. Another technology, another piece of tech that's honestly so impressive to me. I sometimes just get Half-Life on ambience just to fall asleep. Right. Speaking of classic Half-Life, choreography didn't exist back then, so the mouth positions open or closed. Yeah, it was depending on the volume of the. Yeah. That's why famously there's that famous part right at the start. When the security guard's inputting the button sequence to open the door, because the audio was just attached to the security guard, when he presses the buttons, his mouth opens and closes. Boop, 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 boop. And so there was this like running gag, the idea that like he was making the sounds himself. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep moving. Alright. Okay, before we walk through...
Metro Cop scene. This is another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys. Except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
Yeah.
Stop! We didn't do anything! They'll be looking for you now. You'd better run. There's nothing else you can do here.
Yeah. Yeah, they needed the characters to feel like kind of evil so that it didn't feel like you were just killing them for no reason.
Staircase.
Oh.
There are situations throughout the game that stem from simple and quite straightforward design goals, and this staircase features two of them. The first was to frame the Citadel as it awakened, showing the player they stirred up the hive. The second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Right, yeah.
City 17 awakens. The early train station section was designed to make the city feel indifferent toward the player, as if Gordon is just another nameless, faceless citizen, ripe for subjugation. But during the tenement raid and rooftop chase, the city identifies the player as an anomaly and starts to stir. Now, with the player as the aggressor, the city fully turns its attention on them. The Overwatch PA system, first heard during the raid, played a key role in delivering this message. If players listen closely, there's a lot of information about the city's awareness. Even when players didn't pay attention, though, the audio treatment still conveyed the emotional message we were aiming for.
Yeah. Once again, often when I would run up here, I wouldn't really notice the Citadel that much. But this is where you really... all the audio cues that are playing. The sound of helicopters flying and the Overwatch voice broadcasting and the many cameras flying around would always convey the message.
Explosive barrels. Here, we introduce explosive barrels, a staple of first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way, players could either delay the explosion or trigger it right away, depending on the situation.
I've always liked that, yeah.
Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster of them. The delayed explosion also made for more interesting chain reactions between multiple barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan favorite in the series, but also were internally favored by level designers who often felt like the game could never have enough of them.
Anyway. I shouldn't have blown them up. Should have saved them.
Lambda caches. Technically, the first Lambda cache is at Kleiner's lab, but this is the first one the player finds on their own. We added Lambda caches to encourage exploration and to hint to players where hidden resources could be found, with the fiction being that they were placed by the Resistance as part of their underground rebellion. In Half-Life, the contents of supply crates were predetermined by the level design. In Initial 2, we introduced adaptive item crates. These give the player whatever they are low on at the time, based on resource targets set by the level designer.
Yeah. I like to ragdoll down the stairs too. Just ragdoll down the stairs. Back from the store? Oh, nice, nice. You could save some barrels to kill CPs. Yeah, I just wanted to show off the, like, I semi-intentionally showed off. I double shot the first barrel. It exploded, set the other two on fire. So I shot the the other barrel to make it explode immediately, and then the third barrel just blew up on its own. I wanted to show I sort of semi-unintentionally showed off all the ways the barrels can explode and interact.
Scanners. Scanners presented a tricky game design challenge. While we liked how their dystopian presence helped convey the Combine occupation as an oppressive surveillance state, we didn't actually want them to shoot at the player. We found that aiming into the sky to hit a small mobile enemy with a constant height advantage was something we couldn't make fun. Since we loved their role in the story, we decided that in combat, scanners would serve primarily as eyes, alerting nearby enemies to the player's presence, a feature we reinforced with sound effects from the soldiers. Beyond that, they'd only be able to harass the player with bright lights and occasionally dive bomb after taking enough damage.
That scanner is flying sideways. Attention. Unidentified person of interest.
Overwatch. During development, we generated the Overwatch voice using a free text-to-speech tool, but as we neared shipping, we realized we didn't actually have the rights to use it, so we held auditions with voice actors to find someone who could match the qualities we liked in the generated lines. Didn't take long before we found Ellen McLean, whose delivery was exactly what we were looking for. In her sessions, we played the generated lines for her to mimic, though in her own style. She was a bit sarcastic at first, given that she was being asked to replicate such a robotic delivery, but years later when she returned for her iconic role as GLaDOS in Portal, she'd found a way to creatively integrate that tone into her performance.
Yeah. Yeah. No, famously, Ellen McLean's husband was doing voice work for Half-Life 2 already. And so when they were looking for someone to do the Overwatch voice, he was like, "Oh, my wife?" I think she was with him for one of his recording sessions or something like that. She had just like come in with him because they were going to do something afterwards or something. And so he was like, "Oh, well, my wife's here and she could do that role." And she got the role as Overwatch for this, which, oh, now they're both doing it. They're both horizontal. And, you know, famously because of that, she got the role for GLaDOS.
Pistol design. The standard pistol is the workhorse of the game, functioning not only as the first range weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
I've always enjoyed that too. Yeah, I've always enjoyed the fact that you can fire as fast as you want with this. Oh, pardon me. Jordy, California. Welcome to the stream. Styrotin? I'm not familiar with that username. I like being able to do that. Overwhelm them with bullets. Oh, jeez. Damn it. Shit. Alright, so, no nodes? Okay.
Shatter glass. When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow out larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was rendered with a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass. While breaking glass is now commonplace in games, it was something we hadn't seen much back when we were making Half-Life 2, and we're incredibly happy with the level of fidelity and dynamicism it brought to the game.
I remember playing, like, not too long after this era of games. I remember playing, the first Fear game, and being, like, blown away by its glass physics, or its glass shattering, system.
Helicopter Peekaboo. The Combine attack helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter. The relentless chopper became a character in its own right. Here, if you listen and look overhead, you can hear its engine and see it flying along the train tracks and into the distance. This first glimpse is a small piece of foreshadowing, with its presence becoming more pronounced over time, until eventually you're squaring off against it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't think I ever visually noticed it flying over like that.
Iterative passes. Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the canals in Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals. We found that handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience, and a higher density of interesting moments, as each cabal added their unique touches to the maps. In the on-foot portion of the canals, the first pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience and some major beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension and a somewhat monotonous experience here. In our second pass, we returned to the map solely focused on creating that tension and greatly increased the density of moment-to-moment scenarios.
Right. Banana bless you, Rorius. Banana be with you. Oh, did I show off? I think I did. I've now got banana and onigiri. I've got banana and sushi watching over me. Banana in a perpetual winking state. And sushi in a constant uwu cat face. Or I guess owo. I guess it's owo because it's rounded eyes.
Water shader. The most complex shader we made for the game was the water shader, which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times.
If they started talking, I would think that I was insane. It's the famous Cabal design process. Yes. Valve is famous for their Cabal. Their cabals. Yeah.
First, the underwater world for refraction. Second, a reflected view. And third, the parts above the water. When rendering the water surface, we blended the refractive and reflective views, showing more reflection at glancing angles using the Fresnel equation. We also tracked the ground depth below the water's surface, making it more transparent and less refractive in shallow areas. Additionally, we had to create 2 alternate water rendering techniques for lower-end graphics cards. Mid-range cards displayed a lower detail reflection without refraction or transparency, while low-end cards only rendered a partially transparent surface.
Yeah. Once again, I remember seeing Half-Life 2 water graphics and being fucking blown away back in the day. Seeing this shit, like where it fades out and becomes more blurred as it gets deeper, just like, how did they do it?
Interstitial scenes. As playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game like Half-Life. To address this, we added smaller interstitial scenes to help guide players along their path and reinforce their objective. After finishing the bulk of development on our larger choreo scenes, like Kleiner's lab, putting these smaller scenes together became relatively straightforward. We discovered that using characters in these moments worked much better than relying on passive storytelling, or even some sort of reminder you'd find baked into a pause menu.
Alright, before I hop down.
Boxcar Joe. This small scene
Boxcar
originally
Joe.
featured 2 human characters, but later in development we replaced one with a Vortigaunt. We wanted to show that Vortigaunts were coexisting with humans and resisting the Combine as well. We also introduced their ability to heal the player, though we didn't fully capitalize on that feature throughout the game. Vortigaunts became a useful narrative tool for keeping dialogue brief, as their hive mind justified their full knowledge of the world and the player's goals. This meant they never had to ask questions, neatly sidestepping the challenge of writing dialogue for a silent protagonist.
So true.
God.
G-Man.
Guess those sirens are for you, huh? Good thing you found us. You're not the first to come through here by
This is the Freeman. The Combine's reckoning has come.
Look, we're just a lookout for the Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going. Be careful now.
It used to be a zap. He used to have a little like
Civil protection
greeny
down
colored
here. It's bad
like
news for the whole railroad.
electricity bar thing. They changed it to being an orb. They also changed him to be smooth skin. Yeah, I liked the original like harsh skin version of the Vortigaunts. It looks more like what they look like in Half-Life 1.
Barnacle Introduction. Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior at a safe distance. We decided to do that through a nature show-style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of iteration to get players to reliably see.
Yeah.
Surface properties. We play custom footstep sounds when the player walks on the slippery mud. This was a system called Surface Properties. They used the material type to determine the sounds and other effects that should occur when walked on or shot at. Earlier in development, we had an effect that slowed players' movement when walking on mud surfaces. However, this was removed in the shipping version as it was decided it was too punishing.
Socio-endangerment level 1. Protection unit.
Mounted gun gallery. There are a few things going on in this scene. The turret firing at the breakable crates behind teaches players not to take the threat head-on and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it. And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along and will show up again later in the chapter.
Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat, civil protection is coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
Station 8, do you copy?
Attention.
Station 8, are you there? We have a report to manhack. Repeat, they're filling the underground with manhacks.
Pressure.
I was gonna say, how long does it take to kick in? Since I could have just exited. Okay. Let's get out of here. Before the APC destroys it. Yeah. If any of you are familiar with where the nodes are in this game, and if there are any like secret nodes, please do let me know, because I don't want to miss any.
Over here! Keep going, friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead. I'm gonna stay here in case any others come through. Gotta keep the railway alive.
Railway? Don't you mean the sewers? Okay, never mind. Oh, well. That's right, this thing doesn't open until the explosions happen. Yeah, this doesn't open until they explode. Oh. And their bodies are specifically designed to be pushed in, pushed, you know, towards the hole so that they fall down the hole and don't just die up the top.
Running around a corner into a new area just to see enemies standing there is always awkward, and it makes the world feel less alive and more like a shooting gallery. So we
Yeah.
were motivated to introduce enemies into combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning and intentionality on their part. As if these soldiers had had a plan for Gordon even before he showed up. The Metro cops in this scene jump down into this space via scripted sequences. Later in the game we use rappelling in a similar way. It doesn't matter where they're coming from in reality because players end up telling that story to themselves. We found that in the end, combat should have a story implied in its setup. An ambush, a surprise, a surge, an assault. All of these scenarios use much of the same enemy AI, but all felt different to playtesters.
Barnacle bowling. This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable scenario for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all these on their own, but they're able to snap together naturally to create a moment we called Barnacle Bowling.
Yeah. Yeah, classic Half-Life 2 moment. Barnacle bowling. Okay. Well. Oh, that's right. I always forget that happens. And that you're sort of supposed to climb on that wall there. I also love the way the bullets interact with the water like that. My aiming is terrible. I was about to say, surely there's a node in here. There is. It's just that it didn't appear until the level
Physics
loaded.
in puzzles. Often, simpler mechanics encountered earlier in the game are pulled from more complex ones as a form of training. The teeter-totter puzzle, the first physics-based contraption in the game, was actually derived from a later, more intricate washing machine puzzle in the canals.
Yes.
The teeter-totter uses the same principles of mass and ramps, but in a more straightforward way that players can directly interact with, helping them understand the game's physics and making later puzzles easier to tackle. This puzzle also highlights the analog nature of the physics system, with the placement of cement blocks and the player's own weight both factoring into the solution.
Yeah. Do you think Half-Life HLX will have something that will be as amazing as water back in the day? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's possible to make a leap like that anymore. There's not really anything like that. Like, VR was the big one. And that, you know, with Half-Life Alyx filling that role, there's not really anything else, any other major development that I can think of that would be as impressive as some of the leaps have made. Like, I remember one of the later things that happened. Source Engine sort of has it a little bit, but the modern Source, of course, has it. But I remember one of the later on things after water happened. What's it called? Oh shit! What the hell's that called again? That effect where it's like skin has like depth to it. and so like light reflects differently off of materials that are like what the hell's that called, where it's like the depth of lighting on a surface that's like skin or other things. I remember first seeing that in PS3 like showcases and being blown away by that. Subsurface scattering, that's it. I knew you'd know, Zach. I was like, Zach's some 3D modeler. He'll know what I'm talking about. Subsurface scattering. When they first introduced that in the PS3 era, there was like these showcases of what's that actor's name? The actor guy who played Dr. Octavius in the Sam Raimi movies. They had like a render of his face. And it was like you could see different angles of his face like this, and there was like a lighting source, and you could see like if his ear, like for instance, his ear is, yeah, I had to Google it so he didn't quite make it in time. Yeah, like if his face moved to the side, you could see like his ear would dynamically glow like red, to show that you could see that the light was passing through his ear and the blood in his ear was like being highlighted. That's the that's the thing as well. I was gonna say, yeah, and like seeing his skin and seeing the subtle like pores and veins under his skin, like being like highlighted by different lighting conditions. That blew me the hell away.
Combine attack helicopter. Players have had glimpses before, but here is where we fully introduce the main boss of the Canals chapter, the Combine attack helicopter. This chopper relentlessly destroys a player's cover, forcing them to move forward or risk being gunned down. We wanted this sequence to feel tense and menacing, with the helicopter seeming far too powerful to confront directly, and maintaining that intensity through the canals until the final showdown in the reservoir. To achieve this, we heavily constrained the helicopter's movement based on specific gameplay goals. In this map, designed as a dash from cover to cover under helicopter fire, we created a ring path in the sky above the arena. The helicopter always travels to the farthest point on that ring from the player, keeping it visible and making it easier for us to place cover in just the right spots.
Yeah, we'll see that just up ahead. But I'm trying to think of technologies that would be like a big step forward for like HLX or a future Half-Life game. The only thing I can think of is they had the motion control controllers where it's like Alex could have individual fingers doing stuff. You know, you could do like that music video like for older, better, faster, stronger. You could do like that hand movement stuff with the Knuckles controllers. But like beyond, in terms of advancement in technology, the only thing I can think of beyond what we already have is like full glove based like reactive movement or something similar, like full body morph suit gameplay tracking, like in VR gameplay tracking, so you can track the player's hands, their feet, their whole body, knees, elbows, have like, whether it's a tracksuit or it's like nodes that are placed on all the different parts of the body. That would be the only thing I can think of that's like a next huge leap forward in immersion or gameplay stuff. Graphics, I can't think of anything that would be like, graphics are so advanced these days that I can't legit think of anything that would warrant that reaction from me, that like whoa reaction that I used to get when seeing modern graphics.
Normal maps. Half-Life 2 was developed during an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market. Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal
grating
map
doesn't have a
described
normal
the
map.
surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Yeah. Guess maybe somehow making fluid simulations work in real time would be that would be another good one. Although people have done some pretty impressive fluid simulation stuff already, but yeah, actually a super realistic fluid simulation system, like what they promised. I remember they promised that in Skyrim, and then it just did not deliver at all. Like where water would like flow naturally down systems and that kind of thing, where that would be an example of something like true development.
Autosave dangerous. In Half-Life 1, we
yeah.
had a set of autosaves throughout the game, hand-placed by level designers and triggered when the player reached some specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling mixes of exploration and combat without any clear separation between the two. We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop. If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once. So unless we deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow, there wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from.
Yeah.
If the player then stayed alive for the specified time frame, then the save would be committed and used as the most recent autosave. This allowed level designers to put an autosave at a reasonable place or time in an arena, specify a time, like 30 seconds, and if the player was still alive for 30 seconds, the autosave would be used.
Yeah. I'm familiar with those because I've used them. I used them for Unity. Maybe somehow marking... oh, right. Who split the white out? Wait, I'm confused. The whiteout? You mean the normal map thing? Oh, spilt. I read it as split. Spilt. Who spilt the whiteout? Just like all over all the walls. Yeah. Oh, dear. Shit, what was I gonna say? There's something I was gonna say about that. Oh, right. Yeah, there were a couple of moments in Paul Unity where, like, I wanted an autosave to happen, but I knew it was a little bit dangerous. Like, there's a chance that the whole world is made portable. Oh, I was like, once again, I was like, what? Someone spilled the white paint. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of moments in Paul Unity where there's like, it was a little dangerous to put an autosave in, so I had to use those autosave dangerouses. But usually I only set them for like 5 or 10 seconds. I usually didn't set them as long as 30 seconds. Yeah. But, oh shit, there was something else I was gonna mention. Completely forgotten now. Oh, yes. I was gonna mention famously, I think I've mentioned it multiple times on the channel. My brother, when playing Abe's Exodus. Abe's Exodus had a quick save function. And they mentioned that there's, you know, getting stuck in an autosave death loop is quite a thing back in the day. Yeah, during Abe's Exodus, my brother managed to quick save the game while he was running towards an electric field, which is instant death. And when he continued the game, unpaused the game from the quick save menu, the character's mid sprint towards this wall would take like 2 steps and then immediately die. And then, of course, because he had quick saved it right there, the game would immediately load with him already in running towards the death grid, the death zapper, and immediately die again. So he got stuck in a death loop for a while because of that. He actually, despite the fact he could have just done the restart path thing and got out of it, he actually did manage to, after several attempts, that barrel's doing the sausage thing. Oh, never mind. The barrel was doing the sausage thing where it's like cooking itself. Yeah, he managed to get the character to stop, turn around, and run the opposite direction. I can't remember how he managed to do that, but I remember he died like 8 to 10 times in a row trying desperately to undo his own shenanigans.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned.
The whiteout
For
incident.
Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that we call the Soundscape system.
Oh, shit. I was afraid that was going to happen. Damn it. Okay, let's go back.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that we call the Soundscape system. A soundscape is basically a small program that controls which ambient sounds play, where they come from, and then how they behave in a specific environment. So flies buzzing, wind blowing, birds, a distant train, distant combat. The soundscape system could then randomly select and play these sounds, and also, really importantly, handle the smooth transition as the player moves through environments. Soundscapes can also contain other soundscapes, and that allows us to create reusable collections of sounds. So, for instance, distant combat might be small arms fire, distant explosions, a passing helicopter.
Wait, what? Did that stop midway through?
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted
dynamically
more
assemble and
ambient
play
sounds in
from
our
many
environment
individual
with higher
sounds, and this helps us
quality
avoid
and
artificial
less
feel
manual
of a
effort
single
for
looping
placement.
track.
So
Overall, the
we built
soundscape system is a real
that we called
workhorse
Soundscape
for...
system. A soundscape is basically a small program that controls which ambient sounds play, where they come from, and then how they behave in a specific environment. So
Audio
flies
on Half-Life 2,
buzzing,
and pretty much
wind
responsible for
blowing,
every sound you
birds,
hear
a
that
distant
isn't directly
train,
driven
distant combat.
by...
The soundscape system could then randomly select and play these sounds, and also, really importantly, handle the smooth transition as the player moves through environments. Soundscapes can also contain other soundscapes, and that allows us to create reusable collections of sounds. So, for instance, distant combat might be small arms fire, distant explosions, a passing helicopter. And these soundscapes would dynamically assemble and play from many individual sounds, and that helps us avoid the artificial feel of a single looping track. Overall, the soundscape system was a real workhorse for audio in Half-Life 2, and it's pretty much responsible for every sound you hear that isn't directly driven by gameplay.
That probably happened because I did the level transition, and then it started up automatically when I traveled back. It probably had registered that I'd already listened to a certain amount of it, and so it didn't... Yeah, it stopped before the end of the sound file.
Get in here, hurry. Civil protection is on to us. We're tearing up the railroad, covering our tracks.
Manhack Matt. We called this guy Manhack Matt. We wanted to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the Manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly Manhacks around to attack virtual citizens. Eventually, players would discover that the Manhacks were real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation became more fleshed out, this idea of a video arcade became an odd fit and eventually fell by the wayside.
Yep. Yeah, I still love all those old ideas I had for beta. Oh god, that's right. I forgot! Shit. I can never remember which ones of those have stuff behind them. I can never remember. That's right. They never fixed that bug. That you can break the outside of that before you break the inside. Or that you can break the outside at all, really. Weird, I thought there was a head crab behind those. I guess not. Organic versions of Manhacks. Well, you could make a Zen Manhack. Oh my god, the auto aim, the aim correction. Is that on? Aim assist off. The aim assist there was making me hit the Combine Metro Cop and not the barrel. Take that. Yeah, this is an introduction to the zombie, I believe. An early introduction to the zombie. Yeah, there we go. And to the grenade. Oh, so slow. Oh, oh, did I do it the wrong way? I always do it the wrong way first. Hold up. Okay, let's go. I always find it annoying that oxygen used the same bar as your flashlight. In Half-Life 2. God damn it. Should just use the machine gun. I know, the machine gun's a bit of a waste of ammo. Really. You can do way more with the pistol. First time you get to actually see it, like, in person. That effect. Alright. Oh. Damn it. Shit. I failed. Been a little bit since we've seen the latest node. Okay. Oh god, I'm in the dark. A room full of man hacks. I knew this was gonna happen. I was like, oh, maybe I can skip him.
Yeah. Explosive Barrel Factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
That's a good point. It's like, where do you draw the line? Oh, what the fuck? I always set those off. I always like those to blow up the barrels in that area.
Rising water. The floating bridge and wooden spools here introduce the concept of buoyancy as a tool for the player. In this case, it's not really a puzzle. It's just some fun for the player interacting with the physics system. But later, we revisit this gameplay element in the canals to raise a ramp for the airboat.
It has really been a while since I last played Half-Life 2, to the point that, oh god, I sometimes forget where I'm going, because it's been so long. Can imagine Zen Man hacks being similar to flying piranhas. Yeah, basically. Piranhas. Right, yes. It's down here, isn't it? Yeah. What the fuck? Oh my god, get the hell out of my way. Nope. Okay, come on. Yeah, why doesn't that work? I sometimes find this bit doesn't work properly for me. Alright, wait a minute. Let's get the rest. Even though I'm pretty sure you don't need to. You only need to get one of these things up here. Oh my god. What the heck? Why did it push me so far down? Ever since I played this back on PS3. Oh, I gotta find another PS3 copy of the orange box, because I used to have the orange box on PS3. That was the first time I ever played Half-Life 2, was on the orange box of PS3. On that copy, on that version, I remember getting stuck there because that buoyancy quote-unquote puzzle always broke for me. It always didn't break, but it didn't work properly. Oh, whoops. Damn it. God damn it. Yeah, frequently, I just wasn't able to get up there because for some reason or another, the jump just wouldn't work.
Rendering systems. In the early 2000s, we couldn't afford a general-purpose renderer with the broad capabilities of a modern engine. Instead, CPU, GPU, and memory limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware. As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. One for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects. These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features: collisions, ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages. Altogether, we essentially had 9 different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
Yeah, what a nightmare. Although I suppose for the lower level versions of the rendering, you just need to get it functional. Whereas it's only the higher level ones you need to have all the details, all the, high-end details you're wanting. I'm so used to playing modded versions of Half-Life 2 that this area for me is always the area that has the full... Oh!
Major fracture detected.
I experienced a glitch. That wasn't supposed to happen. Well, that's awkward. And such a bad place to have it happen too. But yeah, this is always the area from in the mods that I would always play that the Hound Eye and Bull Squid would, well, mainly the Hound Eye at this stage, would get introduced. It's in there somewhere. Oh, and then in those mod versions there was also a secret there. I don't know why that suddenly came back to me.
GPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approaches to rendering. But at the time, we had no real data on the hardware our customers were using. What CPUs and GPUs did they have? How much RAM? Which version of Windows? We reached out to Microsoft hoping they might know answers to questions like, how many DX7 cards are in use? Or DX8? Unfortunately, they didn't have the data either. Realizing we were at risk of making bad decisions without these insights, we developed an analysis tool that allowed players to report their hardware specs to us and integrated it into the early version of Steam.
I remember
the data
that.
was so useful that we decided to make it public, launching the Steam Hardware Survey in April 2003. It's been helping us and hopefully other developers make informed decisions ever since.
Yeah, I remember you used to be able to just, like, every now and then Steam used to ask you, like, would you be willing to tell us, let your computer tell us the specs that you're currently running?
You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read?
And you could just, at any time...
Lend him the airboat and give him all the help you can. Repeat, Gordon Freeman has
No,
returned.
this Wendy's cup. This Wendy's cup doesn't have Wendy's face on it.
Better get going now.
Never. Yeah, and I remember you used to be able to just at any time go into the settings and like report your specs.
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003,
we have Wendy's here.
GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities that they have today, so performance was a tricky
don't have
problem.
Five Guys.
Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant figuring out which objects were in the view frustum, or slightly behind it, to catch entities that were off-screen but whose shadows might end up on-screen. Then we'd render a black shadow version of each one of those objects into a single shadow texture. For that render, we'd use the lowest level of detail model for the object to be as fast as possible. Finally, we'd use the shadow texture to draw each of the shadows into the player's view, darkening the already rendered pixels. We carefully cut around each shadow in that shadow texture to ensure that they correctly overlaid each other in the case where multiple shadows overlap. It's neat to look back on how we did these things, but ultimately we're a lot happier today, where GPU hardware makes it a much more straightforward problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Roy says many sponsors. Yeah, no, Wendy's has actually existed in New Zealand for a long time. It just didn't have the same presence here as... It still doesn't really have the same presence as the likes of McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. But, yeah. No, ever since I was a little kid, so like at least 30 years, the Wendy's has existed in New Zealand. We do not have Five Guys. The fast food chains that I can think of that we have are... We have... Yeah, McDonald's, of course, Burger King, KFC, Taco Bell came sort of recently in the last, like, in the last 10 years. I don't remember exactly when, but it's semi-recent. We have what we call Texas chicken, which is known as Church's chicken in some parts of the US, sometimes as Texas, sometimes as, oh, it's got another name, I can't remember. Popeyes just recently started showing up in New Zealand, although apparently it hasn't been very successful. We actually have Denny's here in New Zealand. Once again, it's been around since I was a little kid, but it's like, I only know of like 1 or 2 locations of Denny's that exist here in New Zealand. And one of them is sort of near-ish to where I live, but I've only been there a couple of times. Expensive, but portions big enough that I can munch on a portion of fries for like 4 hours, right? Have 50 Wendy's in the UK with the first in 1980. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know when the first Wendy's was put in New Zealand, but it's before I was born, yeah. Cue the horror music while Rorius talks about Wendy's. Yeah, that's why I was like, shit. Yeah, we have Starbucks, we have what other chain places? Subway. We have a brand, I don't know if it's an international one, called Long John Silver's or LJ Silver's, which is like a fish place. And then we have a lot of other like other brands. Five Guys, Wendy's, Popeyes, and Wingstop are the 4 chains we have here that I can think of as American. Right. All the others feel global. Right, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah. The ones that feel American, yeah, Wendy's, Popeyes. I would also include Taco Bell. Taco Bell feels very American to me. What else is there? Oh, and Texas Chicken. Texas Chicken, very American brand. The other one that I forgot was what we call it Carl's Jr. Sometimes it's known as Hardee's, and sometimes it's known as what's the other one? There's the brand that has the little star as their logo, also very American. But yeah, it's called Carl's Jr. here in New Zealand. But apparently it's only called Carl's Jr. in a small part of the US. It's got like 3 different names in the US. That's right. I never really had Taco Bell apart from one hard shell that I hated, but I think I sabotaged it with the hard shell. Right. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not the biggest like eater of Mexican food, but yeah, I've enjoyed my Taco Bell from time to time. I don't know if I mentioned KFC. KFC, of course. Pizza Hut. Yeah. Anyway.
Head crab canisters. Used head crab canisters are seen later in Ravenholm, so we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine. The story is that the Combine have weaponized Zen fauna to use them against the humans. Burrowed head crabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the head crab assault.
Excuse me. Ow. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm trying to sort of skirt past a lot of the parts that are just...
Dr. Freeman. I've been hoping you'd show up.
Yeah, cool.
Airboat intro. This is where the player gets the first vehicle of the game, the airboat.
Scoot past parts that don't have
We wanted to create a
nodes.
safe space for players to practice driving the airboat for as long as they wanted.
Quesadillas
before
are
moving on.
great. Yeah.
The arena is sprinkled with opportunities for jumps and tricks, and we filled the arena with toxic slime to keep players in the airboat longer, while preventing them from leaving the vehicle behind and progressing forward on foot.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders, small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions. This meant no if-else branching logic to adjust based on different conditions, and no large shaders with broad feature sets. Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them. To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on. And it was combinatorial. If that shader also supported a normal map, we'd need 2 versions per light, one with a normal map and one without. With features like texture blending, vertex tinting, specular highlights, alpha testing, and various other light types, directional point and spotlights, our shader count exploded. By release, we had thousands of individual shaders. Shortly after, we released Lost Coast, adding HDR support, which doubled the shader count again. Once compiling shaders on the local developer's machine started taking too long, we switched to distributing the shader compiles over the entire network using VMPI. We also had a dynamic shader compilation mode that was useful for developing shaders that gave fast turnaround at the expense of frame rate hitching when a shader had to be compiled.
Yeah, what a nightmare. What a nightmare having to have thousands of shader configurations. But yeah, no, I agree. One of the few Mexican cuisine things that I ate a lot when I was younger, and just across my life, was nachos. So my parents... Is there someone, like, walking around on the... Someone's walking around on my deck. I'd get Mark to check it out, but he's asleep. Yeah, we used to always have nachos. My mum would always make nachos. That was the one Mexican food thing we always used to have when I was a kid. And, nachos for me nowadays, it's a ghost. And nachos are great. I love nachos. For me, though, nachos, they are literally just a cheese delivery mechanism. I load... When I make nachos, I gotta close some curtains because the light's getting too bright. When I make nachos myself nowadays, I just load up the nachos with cheese. I just, you know, you got your chips at the base, your meat on the top of the chips, and then I just pile on the cheese and then melt it in the oven. And, yeah, straight up. The more cheese I can get on it, the better. Oh, see you, MX. Have a good night. So for me, yeah, nachos and Mexican food generally are just like a cheese delivery mechanism. I need a bit of cheese grater. We actually have this fancy one now. I rarely ever use it, but we got this cheese grater as a present, a Christmas present, which is one of those like rotary ones. You like drop it in the like little top funnel, and then you rotate it, and it has like a barrel grater, which rotates and grinds into like a central barrel, which pours out the other side. Fancy, difficult to clean, and I rarely ever use it, but it's really cool. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna quickly close the curtain in the kitchen, which is making it really bright, and also check if there's something on it, like maybe one of my packages has been delivered, maybe. Hold up, I'll be right back. Sniffing around on the... I was like, what's going on out there? Yeah, okay. I'm just streaming at the moment, that's all. You're fine though. It wasn't audible at the microphone. It's just me. Anyway. As it turns out, it was Mum doing some garden cleaning around our deck. No intruder. Lovely radioactive goop ambience. Yeah. I should make a video. I really want to make some videos that are like ambient background stuff from video games. Half-Life 2 would have great ones I could do of that. Having the radioactive bubbles, but also the distant helicopter noise. Half-Life sounds to fall asleep to.
Fighting motion sickness. In early playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat. While trying to fix this, we discovered several factors that contributed.
Full Unity ambience, literally none at all.
Reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections. However, the single most important factor was eliminating view roll to maintain a more stable horizon, no matter what the airboat was doing. One of the programmers on the team was super prone to motion sickness, and they valiantly offered to playtest several times to test our progress towards a solution. I'm pretty sure they threw up at least once after playtesting, and their noble sacrifice was hugely appreciated.
Poor dude. Because honestly, even with all the things they've done to try and fight it, the airboat is still a little bit nausea-inducing sometimes. I can't promise to gasp at every G-Man appearance, but I will do as many as I can. I was gonna say, should we just blast past this area? Hey, dude. But no, there's commentary nodes here, so let's not. Oh, what the heck was that? Just casually placed me at the bottom of the water.
Airboat time. Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it. These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the water or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
Yeah. Yeah, now these little things, I like them a lot because if you need to or if you want to, you can explore them for resources, but you don't have to. You can blast past them if you want. I always appreciated that. Also, I realized then I missed the comment or the chat. When I open my restaurant, I'm going to call it Machos Nachos. Nice. All the ones that, yeah. So yeah, you were saying the ambience from Death Stranding that you found lack the, as you say, lacks the sting it makes when it changes BT target because they just stand still. Right. Interesting. Yeah. Also, I have come to realize that Death Stranding 2 is already out. And I'm like, too many games coming out. I don't have the time to stream them. I really want to play Death Stranding 2 and I'd love to play it on the channel, but I mean, even just doing the episodes of them, the game's like, well, Death Stranding 1 at least was like, you know, like a 40-hour plus game. And when I did the episodes, I did them in like hour-and-a-half long chunks. To be fair, I basically didn't edit them at all. And I just, like, pumped them out. Because I remember that was during a time when I was doing a ton of long series all at once. And Death Stranding was one of those, like, super long series. I think I was doing The Last of Us Part 2 at around the same time. Yeah. What about sounds from space? The terrifying sounds of planets? It's been hard avoiding DS2 spoilers, yeah. But I think I'm past the worst. I'll just have to wait for PC release. Yeah. That's ultimately... I mean, I have a PS5. I can play DS2, but I kind of... I don't know, part of me wants to wait till the PC release, but maybe I won't have the patience. Oh, Kojima actually bought the IP from Sony. I didn't realize that. Huh. It's the G-Man. G-Man's looking for his nachos. Just got Doom in the Dark Ages. Oh, cool. Right. Red Dead Redemption 2 and Elden Ring to keep me occupied until DS2 PC. Right, fair. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised there isn't a node here. Because, like, this is one of the first times you see, like, enemies interact with physics objects. Oh my god.
Station 12, come in. Station 12, do you read?
There's no node up there, is there? Oh, that's right, there's an upward. There's a path up the top. There might be a node up the very top. God damn it, I forgot about that. Okay, no. How does this work again? Oh, right, you just... There we go. It didn't really need much of that, but oh well. Okay, let's keep moving. Yeah. Speaking of Elden Ring, I still have all the footage of me playing from what's it, Radahn, all the way through to the end of the game. I have it all recorded, but I didn't do commentary. I just recorded my gameplay because with the idea of it, like, I wasn't sure how long it was gonna take, and I thought, oh, I'll just do a super shortened, condensed version of the game, and I'll just like do narration over the top of it. But what if that was Lamar? No, not Lamar. I have like probably like 40 hours of recordings of me playing Elden Ring that I have not edited, and it's just taking up space on hard drives of
Floating
mine.
supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
Yeah, I remember there was something, I can't remember what it is now. Was it a magazine one of the developers used to be a part of, that they would literally rate games based on like the time between starting the game and the first ammo crate, first ammo box you could come across, and they gave the Half-Life 2 a bit of shit for having ammo crates. G-Man on the TV screen. Come on, let's go. Oh, what's that is the breakable platform. Alright. I was gonna say, I knew these vehicle areas would probably be pretty barren of the nodes, because there isn't much to, you know, you don't want to limit the player too much with the nodes. You don't want them stopping too much. I could skip this whole area, but there's probably nodes to get, so I shouldn't. I never really stood back here and looked back this way. What an interesting structure. Also, I don't know how well it'll run on 1080 Ti, to be honest. True, so true. I saw earlier NVIDIA isn't updating the drivers for the 1000 series. Oh. Is it Gordon moving slowly forward? I'm standing still, but look. He's moving slowly forward. What the fuck? The software is about as good as the hardware allows is what I mean. Right, yes, yeah. Weird. Stick drift, yeah. Does it happen over here? No, it's something to do with the surface. Weird, it's not happening anymore. What the heck? I have no idea why that was happening. It's so weird.
Grenade intro. We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades, introducing them here in infinite supply crates to signal that it's safe for players to use grenades freely without fear of running out. Go wild. The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades. At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players resolve the turret placement, as a direct assault is a lot more difficult if you don't. A bright red light and a particle trail were added to the grenades, making it significantly easier for players to follow their trajectory, whether they're throwing them or dodging one from a Combine soldier.
Yeah, I've had a grenade this whole time, but I've not used it. I love the evolution of Green over the course of the game, where he starts off as like, you know, pre-recorded welcome to City 17, and then he slowly transitions to like he's talking to his own people about like trying to be like, don't be influenced by this man. We don't want to go backwards, we don't want to be destroyed. And then it's like, and then he progresses on in Nova Prospect to being like, how are you failing? You're all failures, you're terrible. And then he shifts once more to the like, I give up talking to these people, I'll talk to Gordon directly. Gordon, why do you do this? Why you do? Oh my god. Bastard. How dare you dodge my grenades? Oh. Them sticking their little blades out. I always found that funny. But also scary.
Air resistance. One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved, but this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance instead. This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed by moving through the air was different depending on how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This feature was key to making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable. Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so air resistance also improves CPU performance in cases like explosions. It is also key to presenting different materials and masses of objects. More dense objects can push aside air more easily, and this is visible. Having this effect in the simulation helps make the difference in density between cardboard boxes and wooden planks more apparent, and really helps make the objects in Half-Life 2's world much more convincing.
I don't think I've ever bothered to use a grenade for this purpose here. I used to always just shoot him. I was gonna say, what's the time? I've got about half an hour left. Okay. Oh. Oopsies. Imagine if Brain was, imagine if Brain was the AI uploaded, was an AI uploaded into the robotic arm in Half-Life 3. Can't imagine a scenario as to why that would be though.
Puzzle layers. Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they tend to respond in all kinds of surprising ways to our puzzles. Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success. That was the case with this puzzle to open the canal gates, which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, God, they had to do so much shit to get people to realize what the heck they were doing. Hey, it's Fireboy. Welcome to the stream. Got a freaking node in the middle here.
Metrocop strafing. The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in a review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable. Based on that feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
Ow. Ow. My attempts to zigzag completely failed. And ow, I still got hit by the fire. What the heck? Oh jeez. Ouch. Ooh. I remember the game breaking here as well on one of the times I played it. Like something happened there and the game broke for me. Back in the early days. I'll take that. Extra ammo for the revolver we don't yet have. Alright. Yeah, I should try and blast through these kinds of areas. Not stick around for the Lambda packages and just try and blast through to get to the nodes. The precious nodes.
Skybox. We've always needed to render a world that feels larger than our map limitations allow.
Shooting at me.
In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to be dynamic, not just a static texture. Our map size limitation was about half a mile in each dimension, but we realized we could create a much larger outer world if we stored it at a reduced scale. So, we invented what we called the 3D Skybox.
Yeah.
The 3D Skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map, containing geometry at 1/16th scale. Inside it, a reference point
done plenty of Skybox
to a
stuff
matching
in my
origin
time.
the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D Skybox, positioned by that reference point, and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the Skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
That camera pan, yeah. It honestly kind of startled me at first.
.357 intro. The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired in a more measured, calculated way, dealing catastrophic damage to your target. Earlier versions of the Magnum had a bit of random dispersion, which we felt fit the heft and the less sensitive trigger pull of a larger pistol. However, this led to anticlimactic moments where players would carefully line up a shot only to miss due to the accuracy penalty. To address this, we made the first bullet perfectly accurate, with each subsequent shot becoming less accurate as you blasted away.
Right.
VMPI. During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow gameplay iteration speeds, mainly because map compilation, needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility, was taking hours. Computers in 2000 were far slower than today's, and they had only a single CPU core each. Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life, we built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters, but at the time we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new exe files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks.
Yeah.
Because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs, and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed. And as a result, it ended up being a crucial tool.
Yeah. What a crazy thing to do. Just have a system that's like, let's just create a system that distributes EXEs to every computer in the office, every computer at Valve, and make it automatically run the EXE. No checks and balances. Absolute insanity. seeing any commentary now, but I'm also not looking super closely. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die real quick. Oh, fucking hell. No! Shit. I've just been fucking resting on my laurels. Oh, thank God. I've been resting on my laurels. This is not only normal difficulty, but I've been playing like an idiot. Oh, hey Nathan. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. No, I've just been not really paying attention to my health. And just like tanking shots all the time.
Mounted gun. The mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the player's weapons, and we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry. This was only somewhat effective in playtest due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
Yeah. I think, honestly, when I first came across those turrets in that tower, I think I often didn't bother to shoot at the helicopter thinking it was invulnerable. I didn't even try them. Yeah, that's just it. It's like I was being a little bit too liberal with my like tanking damage and stuff. Just being a little bit too blasé about my health. Yeah, because you can get away with a lot in this game. I was just taking it to the extreme. Oh. Yeah, actually, the icons are working better. I didn't change anything on my end. Okay, wait.
Helicopter bombing run. This is another example of us creating movement hazards while driving the airboat. The helicopter attempts to stay in front of the player when dropping bombs, and if the player backtracks, it switches to hovering and turns to attacking the player. In one playtest, a bomb just so happened to drop between the pipe seams, creating a pretty cinematic moment. The playtester had a positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process.
Yeah.
Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest. We find a way to make it happen more reliably.
Yeah. It's like, if that's a cool sequence, if that's a cool thing that just happened, why not make it so everyone can experience that cool thing? Like that. so done. We'll have to add. Oh, was it still broken a couple of days ago? Now, there's a side path here, isn't there? If I recall correctly. Oh, there's a side path. Oh, is it not here? Might be up ahead. Not quite there yet. Very soon, there's a side path. Ouch. That I never usually visit. This is intent, but I just wanted to have a look. What's there? Okay, stop it. Stop it. Oh, there actually is a lambda symbol here. No, it's not here. Oh my god, stop. Just trying to look. Oh, that's right, this bit. Okay, ouch. Let's just hop out quickly. Ooh. Oh my god. Let me grab these. It's doing that walk forward thing again. It's some weird airboat thing. I'm slowly walking forwards again. We are indeed still going. I was gonna say I didn't see you earlier in the stream, but I suppose you could have been there in the background. You know, some music still played when you transition to the next map. Yes, they've actually fixed that. That used to be broken. That never used to work. Oh, there's a node here. I'm gonna stop and grab it real quick.
Smokestack collapse. When making a cinematic action game like the first Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we were never quite able to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects, such as crates, into pieces, which provoked the idea of doing something much bigger. We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect.
Yeah.
And there we had it. We had our big, spectacular destruction moment. Ultimately, our physics made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards.
I thought it was a glitch
felt
in the
really
audio.
awesome at the time. Because the simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris. The success of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in episode 2.
Yeah. I was gonna say they didn't really return to it.
Collapse.
Oh god damn it! No. They didn't return to it too much in Half-Life 2 or episode 1. It wasn't really until episode 2 where they had that fully, they did that full-on, physically simulated animation. Wait, what's over here? Oh god. Yeah. Oh my god. Stop. Yeah, that fully physically simulated, like, portal storms and shit. Oh wait, we noticed the Vort. Wait, the Vort? Wait, what? Did someone mention the Vort? Oh no, oh, you were talking about me talking about side paths. No, the Vort, I do know the Vort one. That's coming up a little later, but no, there's a side path in one of these canal sections that's just like it's just a cache, and I almost never go to it. And the only reason I learned it ever existed was when I was playing mods for Half-Life 2. That just modified, like, added extra stuff to them, like the Zen alien stuff.
Displacements 2. Once the initial terrain system...
Wait, Displacements 2?
Displacements 1. After Half-Life 1 shipped, our level designers and artists wanted a better solution for outdoor environments, so we built the first version of our terrain system. It was based on subdivided quads. To visualize this, imagine a flat square divided into a grid, where each point on the grid can be moved up or down. Level designers could lay out multiple squares and then use a paintbrush tool to shape hills and valleys by adjusting the grid points. For rendering, we used a special blended texture, which combined two different textures. Each grid point specified how much of each texture to use, allowing smooth transitions between surfaces like sand, grass, dirt, and gravel. This type of terrain system wasn't unusual in game engines at the time, and we naively thought it would be enough for our game designers. Displacements 2. Once the initial terrain system was up and running, we expected level designers to use it for outdoor spaces. Instead, they began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. They used the subdivided quads on the top of walls to create ruined edges, rounded off street curbs, and even attempted to make pipes. This met with varying success since the terrain system was designed for landscapes, not architectural detail. So we returned to the code mines, transforming the height-based terrain system into a fully 3D displacement system. Now, instead of only moving grid points up and down, designers could move them in any direction. This allowed them to add extra detail to all kinds of surfaces using blended textures to smooth transitions between the displacement quads and the BSP geometry. However, this required additional tech work to ensure consistent lighting between the two renderers, or those edges would have been noticeably mismatched. But with all this done, the level designers seemed satisfied, and we naively thought that this time it really would be enough.
It's gonna not be enough?
Displacements 3. With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions looked great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolve together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
Yeah. No, that's a brilliant example. That's a brilliant like showcase of like game design and the back and forth nature of oh wait, I haven't pulled the thing yet, have I? Oh, it doesn't matter. Pretty sure it doesn't matter. Yeah. Damn it. Ow. Yeah, how nothing is ever just like, oh, we decided to do this, and so we did it. It's like, no, it's like, we did this, and that informed this decision, and then that, like, just that newly informed decision led us to this to start trying to do this, which then causes us to go back to what we had done before and tweak it, and the constant back and forth. That's why some of the stuff we teach in digital technology to do with planning and preparing for stuff sometimes annoys me a little bit, because sometimes it at least in the early days and the early years of the stuff we teach, it does really feel like the students are supposed to decide what they're going to do and then do it. And then that's it. That's kind of it. It's not until the later years that they bring in that iterative design concept, which is so valuable, so important in game design. 4 notes here. Next note is at the bit where you get the mounted gun. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good.
Washing machine puzzle. We created the washing machine physics puzzle late in development, after playtesting indicated that players needed some downtime from the relentless pressure from the helicopter. Pacing contrasts like this can accentuate the high moments by resetting the player's emotional state and warding off exhaustion or even boredom. It was a positive sign that players reacted so strongly to all the work done to make the helicopter truly menacing, but if we didn't manage the stress of it, fatigue set in, which quickly started to feel like monotony rather than excitement. Originally, players quickly drove through this area, but because of the nice sunlight and composition of the canal here, we decided it was a good spot to pause the action and have the player spend some quiet time solving a puzzle. The puzzle itself, which was the first to use masses and pulleys, ended up giving rise to other physics navigation puzzles elsewhere in the game.
Yeah, so seemingly that was like the first physics puzzle, that one there. They mentioned it in one of the previous
We gotta move out before the combine picks us up.
previous nodes.
Just getting ready to pull out.
We better hurry. Gotta tear down this camp and get out of here.
Greetings to the free man.
Oh, I see this one past the
Come
wall
on in.
there.
I'll show you what's
Oh.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character's workload among themselves, which production often required.
so you'll have a little more firepower.
I looked away for a brief second and the gun suddenly is attached.
Go on out.
But that's literally the whole reason that they get you to go into that room, is to hide this at like transition. See, that blue laser is what he used to use on you. Vortigaunt's used to use that on you to charge your suit.
Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
But they changed it to a green orb.
Accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
Yeah. Can I do this through here?
Airboat changeup.
There we go.
We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat against the helicopter, a lot of testers still thought it was invincible and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the Combine-mounted guns earlier. To get over this, we did the most obvious thing. We put the helicopter directly outside the tunnel in which you get the gun and make it extremely clear that you can and should shoot it. And it worked.
You can't stop me. I forgot that it has limited ammo. Ow. Take that. I don't know why I bothered to do that. Oh god. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so you're saying that the bridge with the APC on it is the next one. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I think it might be here that I was thinking of. Is that no? Oh. Oh, this is the one you were talking about.
Skybox time of day. The skybox and fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as the player journeys through the canals and the chapter. Two fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
Yeah, so that by the time you're in Ravenholm, it's nighttime. Yeah, it's here. Here's the bit I was talking about, the side path. I like never... there is a note here. There is a note here. I'm glad I checked. This is what I was talking about. This side path here. I never go down it usually. Yeah. And I didn't even know it existed until I played a mod of Half-Life that required you to come down here.
A Half-Life game is an ultimately linear experience, but we're always looking for ways to break up the player path and create non-linearity at level scale. This lambda cache, replaced with a zombie and headcrab ambush, was entirely optional and built only to add some of that non-linearity to this section of travel through the canals.
Yeah, but I never go down it. In fact, I think that mod where I played, where you went down that way, was one of the first times I ever went down there, and I was confused, because I was like, I don't remember this, and I was like, where am I? How do I continue? Because I didn't understand what was happening. How?
Donkey Kong Barrel Ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope, so we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. It might be valuable to stop for a second and get some help. Thank you. Next note is in the helicopter arena? Okay. Oh my god. When you first hop out of the airboat, if you're holding W, you don't automatically start moving. Very annoying. When I first played this area, I didn't know these APCs could be attacked, and I didn't know that the rockets could be diverted from their path either. I remember this area being really tough when I first played it back in the day, because I was, you know, you're constantly being hounded by those APCs, and I didn't know you could attack them, and so like I got to a point where I was like low health and I couldn't continue because I kept dying to those agencies. Wait, what? Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why did I come this way? I looked away and went straight past the path you're supposed to go. Right, I didn't miss a node, did I? No. I got that one, yeah, and then this is the arena here. Okay. Where is this node? Okay, over here. Yeah, you can actually see the helicopter like fueling up.
Helicopter Megabomb Origin. The Megabomb helicopter
It was a glitch,
attack
wasn't
was
it?
based on a bug where a programmer accidentally removed the bomb drop cooldown, resulting in the chopper dropping hundreds of bombs all at once. It looked so
Yeah.
cool that we decided that we had to keep it for the final shipping bombing run attack.
Damn him and his ability to have more bullets than me. Oh. The man fell out of the tower, out of the helicopter. Is it dead already? Oh, there's no by the ladder for the gate? Okay. A freaking Combine soldier fell out of it. Another one just fell out. Or no, chunk. It was just a chunk. There we go. Yay. Did I already miss the... I think I already missed the G-Man appearance, yeah. Or maybe it's upcoming still. Let's... Oh, over this ladder.
Arena exit gate. The wheel
Doing it
mechanism
again.
to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Yeah. That's really funny. I'm missing got myself confused. Yeah. Oh, is there a node over here? I never thought to check. Well, I never thought to check. You know, it would be an easy one to miss. God damn it. Don't back up. Stop backing up. Actually, I don't even know if you need to go on the airboat to get up there. No, you don't. My bad. Okay. No node for the board. Do I have enough health to get to him? I don't. Shit. Wait, maybe I can do it more smarter. Oh my god, I got so close. But you say there's no node there? Damn it. Oh, I made it. Hello. I can't believe they didn't put a note in here. Ow.
We remember the free man. We are coterminous. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene. We see you still in Black Mesa. Clearly we see you in the Nihilant's chamber. We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nihilant's demise. You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the barriers. For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds. Communion of the vortessence, and that other, a deeper mystery, no deeper than the void itself. We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to
Original
restore.
VA, yeah.
Unity of purpose, the shattering of common shackles, a single road.
Used to the episodic VA, yeah.
The song we sing and shall sing for eternity, no matter the consequences of this struggle. You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure. We are there still in observance of your final stroke. While our only scatters at your feet, you severed the vocal
stopped.
cord that bound the Nihilants to life and to us. That sharp spur of hope has not dulled to this day. For once the lesser master lay defeated, we knew the greater must also fall in time. With you besides us, a talisman of victory, the day of freedom draws nigh. Your bright face obscures your darker mask. We call you Sib, although your mind and meaning are a mystery to us. Far distant eyes look out through your...
He's talking about the player.
Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it. We have endured these chafing bonds for eons, yet a single moment of further servitude seems intolerable. How often have we slipped our yoke only to find it choking us again? Let this war end in either total victory or our extinction. No further compromise shall we allow. We take our stand beside you here upon this miserable rock. The way ahead is dark for the moment. What seems to you a sacrifice is merely to us an oscillation. We do not fear the interval of darkness. We are a tapestry woven of vortessence. It is the same for you if only you would see it. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. We are you, free man, and you are us. Where to now? And to what end? Our finest poet describes it thus. Galambakalilaba. This is more than anyone can bear, but we will persevere. Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom. Our cause seems hopeless. We shall prevail. We have lost all dear to us. We have survived worse across the ages. We have survived worse across the ages.
Have I finally run out of voice lines?
Where to now?
Okay.
And to what end?
Alright, now, let's see if I can get back. Or if it's better, I should, yeah. Did I have more health before or after? I think I had more health before. I did, just a tiny bit. Okay, well, yeah, let's get out of here. Yeah, let's just get to Black Mesa East and then we'll call it. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah. Sometimes. But yeah, I really am quite surprised they did not. There he is. I am really quite surprised they didn't, you bastard. They didn't put a node inside that, Watergaunt cave. Oh, node on the helipad? Oh, okay. I thought you said that was it for a water hazard. I'll just quickly... Damn it. Actually, wait.
Helicopter final battle. We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options, and reliable performance. We also aimed for visual clarity suited to combat, striking but not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
I was gonna say, I don't know if there's a node inside. Oh, okay. I might have missed that. Yeah. To be fair, I sometimes miss chats, you know. It's pretty common for me to miss chats. Yeah. Should never miss out and miss coming in here. Because there's lots of good stuff in here. It always annoyed me how little ammo you get to keep, to hold on in this game. I get it. I get why they've done it for balancing purposes and stuff, but I just always loved Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1, you being able to hold so much ammo. Is it 10 or is it 50? It must be 10. Frickin' right-click grenades for the SMG. I think it's 10, but in my brain I have 50 for some reason. Now let's see if I can actually land this, get this to go properly. I've missed this a bunch of times in the past. Yep, like that. It's weird because like it's only so fast you can go, so why does it sometimes just not work? Oh dear. Nothing new stuff. Black makes it east. Alright. I'll just pull up here and we'll listen to this first node and then we'll roll it.
Airboat wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam. So this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose the vehicle they had spent so much time in. There was a lot of internal debate about whether that feeling of loss was a valuable experience or not. Ultimately, we decided to leave the airboat intact, to allow for the possibility of the player reuniting with it someday.
True, common soldiers in the helicopter, yeah.
That airboat is still out there, waiting for you.
Wait, I gotta just reread that really quick.
Airboat wreckage.
Sort of internal debate on whether...
Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam. So this level opened...
Yeah. So this airboat, as it stands, one day we may come back to it. Oh, what the heck? These have broken again. I thought they were working before. Oh well. But yeah, that's it. Then we'll leave that there. And comparing this entrance to Black Mesa East compared to some of the stuff they had in the beta version, I always find it interesting because it feels like the way you sort of approach here is like a modified version of what they intended for Ravenholm when you were first arriving to Ravenholm. So I always get this interesting like crossover in my mind to those demos where you arrive at the dock outside Ravenholm and this scene arriving at the dock outside Black Mesa East. But anyway, yeah, we'll call that there. So if we just make a new save, a new proper save, if I go, you can't do new game anymore from here. You can only load game or save game. We'll look at achievements. What the? You can go return to main menu. Oh, weird. You can't just new game from anywhere. Good lunch? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I will. I am actually quite hungry. I was snacking during the stream, but that didn't satisfy my hunger. But yeah, I was gonna say, how far through did we get? Maybe a third? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 13 chapters, I believe it is, not including the credits. Yeah, but then again, it's gonna speed up because as we found, like most of this 4-hour stream was spent in like these 2 chapters, or like these and a half sort of these chapters. Chapter 3, 4, and 5 were much faster. Yeah, no, so much of this game you spend in vehicles. You know, parts of Root Canal and Water Hazard, and then the whole of Water Hazard, you're in a vehicle. I think it starts in Root Canal, doesn't it? I know the whole of Water Hazard is airboat. But then, yeah, you have a brief stopover at Black Mesa East, Ravenholm, pretty, like, relatively short overall, and then you're back into a vehicle in Sandtrap, and then Highway 17 or whatever it's called. Highway something. I forget what it's actually called. Oh, okay. Approximate chapter times. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look after the stream. But yeah, so we'll probably have a couple more streams to finish it off. Unless we, like, blast through and we don't need it and we end up doing it all in the next stream. That might happen. But yeah, you got these, like, stop-offs. The whole start, one long on-foot section. And then you got your Water Hazard, quick vehicle bit. Then Black Mesa / Ravenholm, back into a vehicle. Nova Prospect. And then, you're into the city with a big old battle and Citadel section. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's why when it comes to Half-Life 2, sometimes I don't mean to sound negative, but sometimes I think in some ways it's like somewhat overrated. And when people talk about their favorite section of Half-Life 2, I'm one of the weirdos who I like my favorite chapter is like are these ones. The ones where you're in the city fighting the Combine to get through City 17. That's like some of my favorite parts of the game. Because that feels the most like Half-Life to me. People always say Ravenholm, or they say, like, some people say Nova Prospect. But actually, for me, like, the City 17, when you're in City 17 fighting with the Resistance, that feels like quintessential Half-Life 2. So typically, whenever I would test things, or I would return to Half-Life 2 and just to get a little bit of Half-Life 2 gameplay or whatever, I would go to this chapter and play this chapter for a little bit. Right, yeah. Ravenholm and Highway 17 are both about as long as point insertion, but everything else is about 10 minutes. Right, yeah. The vehicle controls have aged too poorly for them to be my favorite. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that there was a time where I enjoyed your sand trap, your sand traps area. I enjoyed the going around the coast and stuff like that. But for me, when I think Half-Life 2, I think intro and I think outro. The parts we are in City 17 fighting Combine, those are the parts I always think of when I think of Half-Life 2. Yeah, those are the parts that I always have fond memories of. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. Bananas don't like Reddit, confirm. Wait, what? I was gonna say, we're I guess I should have done this stream. I guess should have probably been the Reddit reaction stream, but I didn't want to just do another. That's been the stream a bunch of times recently, so because of how far apart all the streams are. So I was like, no, we gotta make this a proper stream, something that people actually would might want to actually watch the whole way through or watch back later on. So Reddit reaction stuff is very much like kind of, you need to be there live to really enjoy it, I think, in my opinion. But, yeah. Something like this, you can watch it afterwards. Anytime. Episode 2 is the best Half-Life 2 gets, so it would have been nice for them to keep going. Right, yes. Yeah. That's the thing. It would have been nice. But I genuinely, I get that feeling though that they really couldn't land on anything that made them feel like justified in the ending of the Half-Life 2 series, and so they just never landed. But now that they've had a renewed interest in it, so yeah, maybe soon we'll finally get an answer to all of our questions. We'll finally see a version of the a modern view and version of the ending of Half-Life 2. Yeah, that's the thing. That was the huge thing. Is like, you see when it comes to all the things that they worked on instead of Episode 3 or Half-Life 3, you realize that, yeah, clearly if those things were the things that won their attention, won their efforts, then clearly whatever they were landing on, whatever they kept arriving at or landing on for Episode 3 just wasn't enough. It wasn't satisfying or fun or interesting enough for them to ever actually make it, finalize it. So yeah, hopefully soon we'll get some cool new Half-Life 2 stuff. But yeah, the next stream, we'll just keep going with this for the next stream. So we'll see. We might get through it all next time, or we might have one more stream after that where we finish it off. You could have binged Jay Foreman and sleep. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night, and yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Bye, guys. Bye.